Chapter 377. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Supreme Archer God and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type thread, and tell me secretly. As a 3-star enlightened master, the result of the battle between Yang Gang and Nan Xinyue was obvious. Even though Nan Xinyue's strength was at the peak of the 2-star enlightened masters, she could not withstand one attack from Yang Gang's condensing palm when using her astrology. Yang Gang's performance had made all the spectating warriors believe that no one could shake his first place on the Earth Xian ranking list. Yang Gang and Nan Xinyue were both disciples of the orthodox sections. Nan Xinyue was not angry that she had lost to Yang Gang. The two smiled at each other and left the arena. Yang Gang's black robe fluttered in the wind. He had the temperament of an elite warrior who had reached the peak. He glanced at the other junior geniuses calmly and was full of confidence. The second battle began immediately. Meng Ji and Shi Wenxie arrived at the arena at the same time. The martial artists observing the battle all perked up their spirits, paying full attention to the battle. This was a peak battle. One was a 3-star enlightened master and the other had the battle strength of a 3-star enlightened master. The two were at the same level. Who was stronger and who was weaker? It was hard to tell at the moment. Because it was hard to tell, it attracted the attention of the spectating warriors. They all opened their eyes wide and focused on this battle. Meng Ji and Shi Wenxie belonged to different factions. Their relationship was not as friendly as Yang Gang and Nan Xinyue. As soon as the two entered the arena, their auras were at odds with each other and filled with the smell of gunpowder. Meng Ji came from the Boundless sect, one of the 3 strongest sects among the 9 upper sects. He had a sense of arrogance. Even if his opponent was the famous Shi Wenxie, Meng Ji still had a proud expression on his face. On Shi Wenxie's face, there was a trace of an evil smile. He was not serious and did not seem to be pressured by Meng Ji. The two raised their hands and their weapons appeared in their hand. Shi Wenxie's weapon was a giant black sword, and Meng Ji's weapon was a long green blade. Both were upper spiritual weapons. Breaking sea blade technique. Multiple mountains sword technique. The two did not waste any time. Their auras were at odds with each other. After staring at each other fiercely for a while, they both unleashed their upper spiritual weapons and attacked each other. Bang 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 bang. The saber and sword clashed, sparks flew, and astral light shot in all directions. Waves of energy surged to the sky. Meng Ji's saber force was like the sea, surging and boundless. Every saber strike was earth-shattering. Shi Wenxie's sword aura was as heavy as a mountain. Every time he swung his sword, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. This was a battle between 2 powerful warriors. As the saber and sword clashed, the sound waves shook the sky. Some of the Star Vortex Realm warriors on the spectator's stand felt an unbearable pain in their eardrums after being hit by the sound wave. The exchange between the two was fast and ruthless. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Meng Ji, Meng Chen's Qi, Meng's master to the level martial Meng. As for Meng Ji, he stepped back repeatedly. There was an expression of shock in his eyes. Although he had heard that Shi Wenxie possessed the strength of a 3-star reverend, it was, after all, only hearsay. Before fighting, Meng Ji did not believe that Shi Wenxie would be a match for him. Martial battle martial was martial. After a dozen moves, Shi Wenxie stopped attacking and laughed. Meng Ji, you are not as strong as I expected. Ha ha ha. There is no need to waste any more time. Unleash your astrology. Let's decide the winner soon. Meng Ji's face turned pale. He had to admit that if he did not use his astrology, he would not be Shi Wenxie's opponent. Meng Ji said, "All right. I will show you my peak strength." Whoosh, a ray of starlight shot out from between Meng Ji's eyebrows. Instantly, it turned into a giant star and floated in the sky. Above the star, there was a vast ocean that emitted strong star energy. It was a upper-level astrology. Shi Wenxie unleashed his astrology at the same time. Above the star, there were giant stone mountains. The strength of the star energy was not weaker than Meng Zhi's astrology. Shi Wenxie's mountain aura had reached an extremely high level. The power contained in his astrology was also related to the mountain aura. The two complemented each other and unleashed a terrifying power. The giant black sword danced. Star energy surged like the shadow of a mountain. As Shi Wenxie attacked Meng Zhi, he shouted, "Multiple mountains break the sky. Lose for me." Shi Wenxie's multiple mountain swordsmanship had exceeded the initial level. Combined with the power of the astrology and the mountain aura, its power was terrifying. With a wave of the giant black sword, the void cracked. Strong winds rose and formed a tornado that rushed into the sky. It stirred up the wind and clouds. It looked as if the sky and earth had become one. Meng Zhi's pressure multiplied. However, at this moment, under the eyes of thousands of people, he could not retreat in front of Shi Wenxie. He used the sea aura. Surging water-type star energy poured down. He unleashed the initial level sea-breaking saber technique and slashed forward, splitting sea-breaking waves. The power of the two's attack was too terrifying. The saber light and the sword shadow had disappeared. Only two dazzling balls of energy were left. They collided fiercely. Then, there was an explosion. Boom! The sound of the explosion shook the heavens. The terrifying energy splashed in all directions, setting off a layer of horrifying airwave. In an instant, the airwaves spread in all directions and rushed toward the spectator stands. In the fighting arena, a transparent light shield suddenly appeared and shrouded the fighting arena. This caused the terrifying airwaves to be confined within the fighting arena. Otherwise, those celestial vortex realm warriors would have been seriously injured under the impact of the terrifying airwave. As for the young geniuses at the edge of the arena, they were directly hit by the terrifying shockwave. However, all of the young geniuses who were still in the arena were at the level of a 2-star sage. Their protective chi blocked the shockwave. Ordinary warriors could only see the collision of the two dazzling balls of energy. However, some powerful martialists, as well as some martialists with amazing eyesight, saw that Meng Zhi's body had shot backwards at the same time the astral light exploded. It was obvious that he had been defeated in this collision. After a full 3 breaths, the terrifying airwaves calmed down and the dazzling airwaves disappeared. Shi Wenxie held the huge black sword in his hand and stood still. Meng Zhi, on the other hand, was already a few hundred meters away. He half knelt on the ground and used the saber in his hand to support his trembling body. A series of gasps could be heard. The warriors were shocked. They had only heard that Shi Wenxie could fight above his level. Now they were witnessing it with their own eyes. Hearing this news was not as terrifying as witnessing it with their own eyes. Shi Wenxie held the huge black sword in his right hand and placed it on his shoulder. He pointed at Meng Zhi with his left hand and shouted, "Meng Zhi, you have lost." In the spectator stands, many warriors cheered. To ordinary warriors, they were happy to see a genius who could fight above his level. At the edge of the fighting arena, Yang Gang's eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Shi Wenxie had defeated Meng Zhi, which was enough to threaten his position as number 1 on the Earth Profound ranking. As for the other 3-star True Master, Bai Tsang, he frowned slightly. His strength was not much different from Meng Zhi's. Even if he were to face Shi Wenxie, he would most likely lose. Although they were both disciples of the evil path, Bai Tsang was not willing to see Shi Wenxie surpass him. In the pavilion, the 9 venerables had different expressions. The one with the worst expression was none other than the Boundless Sect's Venerable Wuji. Meng Zhi was a disciple of the Boundless Sect that he had personally taught. At the age of 24, he was already a 3-star True Master. His future achievements would be great. With the 7-star Yellow Fate Heavenly Mandate, he would definitely become a venerable. If he had the opportunity, he might even surpass Venerable Wuji. In the Boundless sect, Meng Ji was the #1 genius in over 100 years. However, he could not even enter the top 4 in the Young Hero Assembly. Venerable Wuji was naturally disappointed. In contrast to Venerable Wuji's ugly expression, Venerable Withered Bone of the White Bone sect, Venerable Huoli of the Fire Cloud sect, and Venerable Sky Snake of the Spiritual Snake sect were all smiling. As the representative of the evil path, their disciple Shi Wenxie had defeated the Boundless sect's Meng Ji. This was naturally something to be happy about. Venerable Withered Bone gloated. Venerable Wuji, the younger generation of the Boundless sect is not good enough. The Boundless sect is one of the 3 strongest sects, but their disciples can't even enter the top 4. Hee. Venerable Sky Snake also chuckled. Shi Wenxie won this round, and Bai Tsong won the next round. In this year's competition, our Evil Path's disciples will occupy half of the top 4. It's not just half. Venerable Huoli waved his hand to interrupt Venerable Sky Snake. My sect's disciple Shuiyan is invincible below the 3-star true master level. Yi Xing is definitely not his match. The Evil Path's disciples will occupy 3 of the top 4. Yesterday, he owed another chapter. He owed a total of 6 chapters in May. Today, he began to make up for it. What a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Kthread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Kthread's official account on WeChat. Chapter 378. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind the Supreme Archer God and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add an official account, type Kthread, and tell me secretly. Wishful thinking. Golden Sword Sect's Venerable Sword Ju coldly said, the winner of the next battle will definitely be my Golden Sword Sect's disciple, Mu Xiaoyue. It's simply daydreaming for the Evil Path's disciples to obtain 3 of the top 4. Scarlet Cloud Sect's Venerable Zixia said, Yi Xing's strength is obvious to all. Shui Yan will most likely lose against him. It's also impossible for the Evil Path's disciples to obtain half of the top 4. Venerable Dried Bones indifferently glanced at Venerable Sword Ju and said, Mu Xiaoyue has just become a 1-star enlightened master. Can he defeat 3-star enlightened master? Haha. Mu Xiaoyue is indeed very strong, but he can at most last a few moves against 3-star enlightened. It's impossible for him to defeat Bai Tsong. Although Yi Xing's performance was heaven-defying, Venerable Huoli naturally wouldn't boost the morale of others and diminish his own prestige. He said, Shui Yan will definitely defeat Yi Xing. Just wait and see. Venerable Wu Yu of Big Dipper sect raised his hand and stopped the argument. He said, Bai Tsong and Mu Xiaoyue have already entered the arena. Before long, Yi Xing and Shui Yan's battle will also be decided. What's the point of arguing here? The result will depend on the performance of the younger generation. Venerable Wu Yu, Venerable Chun Feng, and Venerable Qing Hong all looked at the arena. They also didn't want the Evil Path's disciples to be too strong. They hoped that Venerable Sword Ju's words were true and that Mu Xiaoyue would be able to defeat Bai Tsong. In the arena, Mu Xiaoyue and Bai Tsong stood facing each other. Both of their white robes fluttered in the wind, but their temperaments were as different as heaven and earth. Mu Xiaoyue's temperament was otherworldly. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth. He looked like a person from a painting. As for Bai Tsong, although he was wearing white robes, there were a few white skeletons on his robes that destroyed the pure white image, and emitted an evil aura. Bai Tsong raised his hand and a white scepter appeared in his hand. Mu Xiaoyue, everyone says that you are the #1 genius of the True Xian region in the last 1,000 years. You are indeed very outstanding, and in the future, you might even surpass me. But now, in front of me, Baitsong, you will undoubtedly lose. Mu Xiaoyue calmly looked at Baitsong and said, If I want to surpass you, why would I need to wait for the future? I can do it now. Baitsong's face turned cold. He snorted softly and said, You're only a one-star sage and you want to defeat me? I don't believe you have such strength. Mu Xiaoyue's expression remained calm as he said, Once my sword is unsheathed, it must see blood. To deal with you, a single sword is enough. One sword strike? Mu Xiaoyue had defeated Shidu with a single sword strike. Now, his opponent had changed to 3-star sage Baitsong, and it was still a single sword strike? In an instant, countless exclamations and even an uproar came from the spectators' stands. It was already very difficult for a Star Realm sage to have outstanding battle strength in the same realm. To be able to contend with a sage one realm higher was already an incredible genius. To be able to defeat a sage one realm higher was already a monstrous genius that appeared once in 1,000 years. To be able to defeat an opponent 2 realms higher in the Star Realm, that was even more rare in 1,000 years. Monstrous geniuses that appeared once in 1,000 years. First there was Mu Xiaoyue, then there was Shi Wenxie, and then there was Yi Xing, a half-step sage who could defeat a 2-star sage. Now, in the ranks of geniuses, was Mu Xiaoyue going to take another step forward and become a rare genius like Yi Xing? It was extremely rare for such a monstrous genius to appear. Even after thousands of years of accumulation, it was hard to find one. How could they appear one after another? The martial artists were in disbelief. Baitsong was even more in disbelief. He thought that Mu Xiaoyue was insulting him, so he angrily shouted, Arrogant! Mu Xiaoyue casually raised his hand, and the sword on his back flew out of the scabbard and landed in his hand. He said, If I can't defeat you with one strike, then I'll consider this battle my loss. Mu Xiaoyue's calm tone shocked all the martial artists. Could it be that Mu Xiaoyue was not bluffing? Yi Xing's eyes flashed. He was one of the martial artists who believed in Mu Xiaoyue's strength the most. He knew that Mu Xiaoyue was not bluffing, but he was still shocked by Mu Xiaoyue's strength. Even Yang Gang, who was at the peak of the 3rd stage of the Star Realm, could not defeat Baitsong in one strike. Baitsong also sensed that something was wrong from Mu Xiaoyue's tone. His face turned grim, and a terrifying aura burst out from him. Dazzling light burst out from the white scepter. Whoosh! A streak of starlight rushed out from between Baitsong's eyebrows and turned into a huge yellow star. It was a high-grade Earth-attributed star. The Earth-attributed star power fell, making Baitsong's aura even more powerful. The light from the white scepter became even more dazzling. Take my move, mountain-shaking tiger! Baitsong roared. The white scepter in his hand turned into a dazzling light, and he struck at Mu Xiaoyue with it. Upper-grade spiritual martial art, bone-shattering staff art, mountain-shaking tiger. The bone-shattering staff art focused on the power of vibration. When the staff hit the body, it might not look like anything on the outside, but the bones inside the body would be shattered. When it was cultivated to the highest level, one strike was enough to shatter all the rocks inside a mountain. It was a very fierce and domineering martial art. Baitsong's earth force had reached a very high level. It had the power to shake the earth, which made the bone-shattering staff art extremely powerful. When the staff hit, the dazzling light was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. Within the light, there was the shadow of a huge mountain and a fierce tiger that shook the heavens and earth. Some martial artists were intimidated by Baitsong's aura and could not help but shrink their neck. They were shocked. If they were to face Baitsong's mountain-shaking tiger, they would be smashed into meat paste. Although many martial artists were shocked, none of them blinked. Baitsong's attack was so terrifying. They all wanted to see how Mu Xiaoyue would defend against it. Facing such a terrifying attack, could Mu Xiaoyue defeat Baitsong with one strike? Most of the martial artists were doubtful. Just as Baitsong made his move, a ray of golden starlight shot out from between Mu Xiaoyue's eyebrows. He had also used the astrology. The golden starlight turned into a huge golden star that emitted dazzling golden light and revealed an extremely sharp presence. When all the martial artists saw Mu Xiaoyue's astrology, their pupils could not help but shrink. They found it dazzling and difficult to look at it directly. As he used the astrology, Mu Xiaoyue shouted and waved the spiritual weapon in his hand. Golden Light Drizzle Sword. The Golden Light Drizzle Sword was one of the killing moves of the Golden Light Sword art. As the sword light flashed, it instantly turned into a sky full of golden light. Mu Xiaoyue's figure disappeared at this moment. What was left was a sky full of golden sword light that was like a drizzle. The sword light that was like a drizzle was connected with the aura of the golden astrology. It had an extremely sharp and terrifying presence. At this moment, the space in all directions was cut into pieces. Moreover, because the power of this move was too strong, even the formations and restrictions of the arena were affected. A transparent light barrier appeared and enveloped the arena. One could see that when the countless drizzling sword light collided with the light shield, it created countless ripples. As soon as Mu Xiaoyue used this move, everything within 1,000 meters would be destroyed by the sword light, including Baitsong's dazzling sword light and the shadow of the tiger. Instantly, there was an ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart. Under the attack of the golden light, Baitsong's move, Knock on the Mountain, Scare the Tiger, was cut into pieces by the drizzle sword light in the blink of an eye. Although the Golden Light sword art was only a middle spiritual martial art, Mu Xiaoyue had trained it to the transformation stage. Compared to Baitsong's initial stage bone-shattering staff technique, it was more powerful. Moreover, Mu Xiaoyue's gold force had reached the subtle stage. It was far beyond Baitsong's earth force. In terms of martial arts and force, Mu Xiaoyue completely suppressed Baitsong. Even if there was a difference of 2 stages between them, Baitsong could not block Mu Xiaoyue's move. In the blink of an eye, the drizzling sword light disappeared. Everything in the arena calmed down. Mu Xiaoyue had already appeared a few hundred meters behind Baitsong. The spiritual weapon sword in his hand was pointed diagonally to the ground. It shone brightly like the moonlight. He still had that otherworldly temperament, like a person from a painting. However, Baitsong was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered and hung on his body. There were cracks everywhere. There was even a sword mark on his chest that had cut open his flesh. Blood was gushing out. He was injured. The spectator stands were silent. Mu Xiaoyue had defeated Baitsong with one move. All the warriors were dumbfounded. They even forgot to take a deep breath. This is a good event for free. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Kdred, and join now. Everyone has a prize. Follow Kdred's official account now. Chapter 379. First it was Mengji, then it was Baitsong. The 2 3-star venerables had both been defeated in this round of competition. Neither of them were able to enter the top 4. This result was something that the spectating martial artists had never expected. After a full 2 breaths of time, the crowd of cultivators finally recovered from their stupefied shock. Gasps and cries of surprise rang out one after another. A 1-star venerable defeating a 3-star venerable in one strike. This was too shocking. Even Shi Wenxie, who was a 2-star venerable, had the battle strength to challenge those of a higher level. However, when he fought with Mengji, he only fought to test the waters before defeating Mengji. This meant that Shi Wenxie did not have the confidence to defeat Mengji in one strike. However, before the battle, Mu Xiaoyue had already stated that he wanted to defeat Baitsong in one strike. Otherwise, he would lose. It could be seen that Mu Xiaoyue was very confident in this battle. Moreover, Shi Wenxie had fought with a gap of 1 level, while Mu Xiaoyue had fought with a gap of 2 levels. This was even more shocking. Comparing the two, Mu Xiaoyue's glory had obviously overshadowed Shi Wenxie's. Many of the spectators even began to wonder if Yang Gang, who was first on the Earth Profound ranking, was a match for Mu Xiaoyue. Without a doubt, Mu Xiaoyue's victory over Baizang had won the admiration of all the spectators. Perhaps there were still many who thought that Mu Xiaoyue might not be a match for Yang Gang. However, one thing was certain. Mu Xiaoyue's fame had already overshadowed all the younger generation cultivators. Even Yang Gang, who was first on the Earth Profound ranking, could not compare to him in this aspect. After all, Yang Gang's strength was only due to his high cultivation, not his battle strength. His reputation could not be compared to Mu Xiaoyue's fame of defeating opponents 2 levels above him. Only Yi Xing, who could also fight with opponents 2 levels above him, could compare to Mu Xiaoyue's fame. However, Yi Xing was only a half-step venerable master. Under the circumstances of the same level of battle strength, the difference of 1 level was obviously inferior. In the pavilion, Master Dried Bone's face was very ugly. Just now, he had refuted Master Jianjue, believing that Baizang would definitely defeat Mu Xiaoyue. However, reality had given him a big slap in the face. Mu Xiaoyue's battle strength was far stronger than he had imagined. A genius who could defeat opponents 2 levels above him in the astral realm was not only a genius that appeared once in 1,000 years, he was simply a monster that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Regardless of whether it was Tianming or not, his ability to fight beyond his level was definitely top-notch in the entire astral continent. It was extremely rare. Sword Ju's mood was the complete opposite of Withered Bones. Master Dried Bone, don't blame your White Bone sect's disciples for being disappointing. It's just that my sect's disciple, Mu Xiaoyue, is far too talented. Haha, right now, each of our 3 camps has 1 person in the top 4. This is a kind of balance. Master Huoli coldly snorted and said, don't be happy too early. Once my sect's disciple Shui Yen defeats Yi Xing, our corrupt path's disciples will occupy half of the top 4. Guru Zixia lightly smiled and said, Guru Huoli, don't be happy too early. In my opinion, the winner of the next battle will most likely be Yi Xing. Master Chen Feng gloated, if the winner of the next battle is Yi Xing, hee, the White Bone sect, Fire Cloud cult, and Spirit Snake sect won't have a single disciple in the top 4. The Corrupt Paths camp will still have to rely on the Earth Fiend sect to keep up appearances. Aside from the 3 Corrupt Paths esteemed masters, the other esteemed masters all lightly laugh. Master Chen Feng was right. Although Shi Wenxie was a Corrupt Paths disciple, he wasn't a disciple of the 9 high sections. If Shui Yen lost, the 3 high sects of the Corrupt Path wouldn't have a single disciple in the top 4. Although the Earth Fiend sect was a Corrupt Path sect, it was only a 1-star sect. It couldn't be considered the Corrupt Path's representative in the true Xian region. The White Bone sect, Fire Cloud cult, and Spirit Snake sect were the true representatives of the Corrupt Path. The 3 high sects of the Corrupt Path didn't have a single disciple in the top 4. They had to rely on the Earth Fiend sect's disciple to occupy one of the top 4 spots. This wasn't a matter of gaining face, it was a loss of face. The only chance for the 3 high sects of the Corrupt Path to regain face was for Shui Yen to defeat Yi Xing in the 4th battle. That way, not only would they regain face, but they would also gain face. At that time, half of the top 4 would be Corrupt Path's disciples. It would be enough for the 3 Corrupt Path's esteemed masters to show off and lose face for the other 6 esteemed masters. In the martial arena, Yi Xing and Shui Yen had already gone up. Compared to Meng Zhi's battle against Shi Wenxie, Baizang's battle against Mu Xiaoyue, this battle was much less attractive. That was because no matter who won and advanced to the top 4, they wouldn't be able to compare to Meng Zhi and Baizang, who had been eliminated in the first 2 battles. However, this battle was still a battle between a half-step enlightened master and a 2-star enlightened master. It was also a battle that was 2 realms higher. Furthermore, there was a huge gap between the half-step enlightened master and the astral dipper realm. Many cultivators were still paying attention to it. Under everyone's gazes, Yi Xing's expression was indifferent. In this aspect, he was somewhat similar to Mu Xiaoyue. They were both filled with confidence and calm. As for Shuiyan, he was a bit more solemn. In the past, outside of the Astral Dipper auction house, Shuiyan didn't attack Yi Xing because he was worried about the strength of the silver-winged demon eagle. But at that time, Shuiyan didn't place Yi Xing in his eyes. He said that if they met at the Young Hero Assembly, he wouldn't forgive Yi Xing. And now, Yi Xing and Shuiyan really did meet at the Young Hero Assembly. But Yi Xing's performance in the previous battles caused Shuiyan to lose all contempt towards Yi Xing. Although Mu Ziyue couldn't be considered a top-class enlightened master amongst the 2-star enlightened masters, he still wasn't weak. Shuiyan asked himself if he didn't use his astrology to defeat Mu Ziyue. Yi Xing took out the black dragon spear and pointed it towards the heavens. His aura instantly became sharp, like an unreachable peak that pierced through the heavens. Winds and clouds parting to both sides. Yi Xing's eyes locked onto Shuiyan. He lightly said, "Before we fight, you should use your astrology first. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Although Shuiyan no longer looked down on Yi Xing, that didn't mean he feared him. He said, "Yi Xing, although your combat strength is amazing, don't be too arrogant. If you don't use your astrology, why should I?" The corners of Yi Xing's mouth curled up as he said, "Are you sure?" Shuiyan frowned. Yi Xing's tone left him in a bad mood. At the same time, he also felt a bit of pressure. His feelings towards Yi Xing were similar to Mu Xiaoyue's. This was what made him feel pressured. Because of this pressure, Shuiyan's confidence began to waver. In order to make sure, Shuiyan changed his mind. "All right, I want to see just how long you can last if I use my astrology." Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot out from between Shuiyan's eyebrows, turning into a blazing star that floated in the air. The blazing star shined with a blinding light. It was extremely hot, emitting wave after wave of heat. The blazing aura crashed into Yi Xing's body. Like a clay ox entering the sea, it disappeared without a trace. Yi Xing's expression was as calm as ever. Yi Xing's grand aura of fire had reached the minute subtlety boundary. Moreover, he had the stellar fire seed within his body. What he feared the least was fire attribute attacks. Shuiyan's blazing aura had no effect on Yi Xing at all. Yi Xing's expression remained indifferent. He said, "Take my move, Dark Spirit Spear." In this battle, Yi Xing wanted to end it quickly. He wasn't afraid of exposing his strength and entering the top 4. The other 3 opponents were all extremely formidable existences amongst the 3 stars. No matter how strong he exposed his strength, it wouldn't threaten them. Thus, as soon as Yi Xing attacked, he used the Dark Spirit Spear's ultimate move, an all-out strike. In an instant, Yi Xing used the Grand Aura of Wind, Grand Aura of Fire, and Grand Aura of Darkness. The Dark Spirit Spear was the ultimate move of the Dark Spirit Spear art. Yi Xing's Dark Spirit Spear arts had already reached the perfection boundary. His spear technique was like a god, and its might was terrifying. The 3 grand auras of heaven and earth were all at the minute subtlety boundary. When they were fused into the Dark Spirit Spear, it caused the might of the spear to reach a terrifying degree. As the spear thrust out, the wind howled and shadows appeared. Moreover, it was covered with a layer of fire aura. In an instant, the winds and clouds surged in the sky. The wind blades on the ground were like sabers. Darkness spread through the sky and flames surged forward, wanting to drown out everything in front of it. At this time, a dark spear shadow that carried a blazing light pierced through the void like lightning, instantly arriving in front of Shuiyan. Shuiyan faced Yi Xing's spear attack head-on. Affected by the three grand auras of heaven and earth, his field of vision was filled with wind, flames, and darkness. There was also a faint spear shadow, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Blazing flame palm! Shui Yin shouted loudly. His strength erupted to the limit. Both palms struck out repeatedly, and dense flaming palm prints slammed forward. Supplement May 1st update. Trying hard to find the right state. Weekly begging for 1 monthly vote. Chapter 380. Shui Yan's cultivation was at the peak of the second level of the astral realm. His medium-grade spirit martial art, Raging Flame Palm, had already been cultivated to small success. At this moment, Shui Yan was using the flame astral aspect. Endless flame star force fell down, causing the might of the Raging Flame Palm to multiply. Flame palms filled with strength and carried with them an incomparably hot aura. Before the astral palms arrived, the fierce wind was like a wave that rushed forwards. In an instant, layers upon layers of flame palms ruthlessly collided with Yi Xing's spear finger. In the eyes of the martial artists present, Yi Xing was only a half-step true sage. The difference between him and Shui Yan was too great. But Shui Yan's martial attainments, comprehension of the world's aura, and astral essence were far superior to Yi Xing's. Without using the astral aspect, it was impossible for Yi Xing to be Shui Yan's match. In this exchange, Shui Yan would definitely have the advantage, and Yi Xing would suffer a loss. However, the reality was beyond the expectations of the martial artists present. How could they have known that Yi Xing's move contained the world's aura of 3 different worlds? It was inconceivably powerful. Normally, only a high-level astral realm martial artist could reach the minute subtlety of the world. To reach the minute subtlety of 3 different worlds wasn't easy at all. Only the 9 high masters in the pavilion were moved at this moment. They had all comprehended at least one of the minute subtlety of the world's aura, and could feel the minute subtlety of Yi Xing's move. Pring pring pung pung pung, with a series of explosive sounds, the black dragon spear thrust forwards with unstoppable momentum. All of the flame palms were shattered. The spear point flashed with a cold light. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Shui Yan's throat. Shui Yan was shocked, revealing a look of horror. His body shot backwards like an arrow. However, Yi Xing wasn't any slower than Shui Yan. He took a step forwards, the black dragon spear thrusting towards Shui Yan's throat. Shui Yan simply had no time to dodge. He could only retreat. In a single breath of time, Shui Yan had already retreated to the edge of the martial arena. Bang! A light shield of array formation appeared, and Shui Yan slammed heavily into the light shield. His body immediately stopped. Whoosh! A cold light flashed. The black dragon spear's spear point also paused at this moment. The spear point pressed against Shui Yan's throat. That sharp aura made Shui Yan feel as if a needle was stuck in his throat, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Hiss, gasps could be heard all around the fighting arena. Yi Xing was able to control the tip of the spear to pierce Shui Yan's throat, leaving Shui Yan no time to dodge to the side. This was enough to prove that this was not Yi Xing's maximum speed. If Yi Xing was moving at top speed, he definitely wouldn't be able to control it as he wished. If he stopped at any moment, the slightest mistake would result in this spear piercing through Shui Yan's throat. Unless he had a top-grade healing pill like the resurrection pill to save him, if his throat was pierced through, he would undoubtedly die. Furthermore, Shui Yan was a Fire Cloud sect disciple. If Yi Xing were to kill Shui Yan in front of everyone, he would definitely be killed by the Fire Cloud sect. It could be said that Yi Xing had kept the tip of his spear close to Shui Yan's throat while moving at high speed. Both of their lives were hanging by a thread. If there was even the slightest mistake, both of them would die. If Yi Xing wasn't 100% confident, he absolutely wouldn't have dared to do this. From this, it could be seen that Yi Xing had defeated Shui Yan in a state where he hadn't used his astrology. He hadn't revealed the limits of his strength. Grand potential of wind minute. Grand potential of fire minute. In the pavilion, several esteemed masters spoke out, their voices filled with shock. With a half-step true master cultivation, Lin Ming had actually comprehended 2 different grand potentials of the world. This left the 9 esteemed masters shocked. The grand potential of wind and the grand potential of fire were 2 of the most common grand potentials of the world that a martial artist comprehended. Of the 9 esteemed masters, some had already comprehended the grand potential of wind, and some had already comprehended the grand potential of fire. Thus, they were able to see the boundary of Yi Xing's 2 grand potentials of wind and fire. However, the grand potential of darkness was an extremely rare grand potential of the world. None of the 9 esteemed masters had comprehended the grand potential of darkness, thus they weren't able to see through Yi Xing's attainments in it. Yi Xing's grand potential of wind and fire had already shocked the 9 esteemed masters. If they were to know that Yi Xing had already comprehended 3 grand potentials of the world, who knew what they would think? In the martial arena, Shui Yan broke out in a cold sweat. As he looked at Yi Xing, his eyes revealed a look of fear. The Black Dragon Spear was a high-grade spirit artifact. As long as Yi Xing thrust forwards, Shui Yan's life would be taken. Although Shui Yan knew that Yi Xing wouldn't dare to kill him in front of everyone, with the Black Dragon Spear pressed against his throat, Shui Yan still felt an instinctive sense of dread and fear. Yi Xing lightly said, "You don't want to admit defeat?" Shui Yan drew back, sticking close to the light barrier of the array formation. He quickly said, "I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Yi Xing put away the Black Dragon Spear and turned to leave. There was no joy on his face. Defeating Shui Yan was within his expectations. The difficulties of advancing to the top 4 had only just begun. The opponents he would face next were either Yang Gang, Shi Wenxie, or Mu Xiaoyue. Amongst the 3-star Taoists, all of them were extremely strong. Even though Yi Xing hadn't revealed his complete strength, Yi Xing was well aware that even if he went all out, without using his hidden cards like the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation, it was nearly impossible for him to defeat Yang Gang, Shi Wenxie, or Mu Xiaoyue. In the following battles, no matter who he faced, he was likely to lose. And Yi Xing's goal was the rebirth pill. Only by obtaining first place would he be able to obtain it. This meant that he would have to fight against Yang Gang, Shi Wenxie, or Mu Xiaoyue and obtain consecutive victories in order to obtain first place. The chances of this were nearly 0. Yi Xing certainly wasn't happy about this. This young hero assembly is truly unexpected. Rising stars are popping up one after another. That's right. Before the competition began, who would have thought that the 2 3-star Taoists, Meng Ji and Bai Tsang, would be eliminated from the top 3? Of the top 4, besides Yang Gang, who is ranked first on the Earth Profound Decree, Shi Wenxie, Mu Xiaoyue, and Yi Xing have all come from behind. Each of them is younger than the last. In the next round of the top 4, 2 more will be eliminated. I wonder who will be eliminated. I really don't understand it now. Although Yi Xing's combat power is heaven-defying, entering the top 4 is already the limit. The other 3 are all 3-star Taoists with extremely strong strength. Yi Xing will definitely be eliminated. As for who else will be eliminated, it's really hard to say. I feel that other than Yang Gang, the other 3 have the possibility of being eliminated. After all, Yang Gang's cultivation is at the peak of the 3rd-star realm. No one should be able to shake his first-place position. That's hard to say. Shi Wenxie has the ability to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. His terrifying strength has not been revealed yet. Yang Gang might not be able to defeat him. Mu Xiaoyue defeated Bai Tsang with only 1 strike. His strength is also terrifying. Yang Gang might not be able to defeat Bai Tsang with 1 strike, right? In a battle between experts, it's not rare to win with 1 strike. It doesn't necessarily depend on the difference in strength between the two. As a swordsman, Mu Xiaoyue's attack power is very strong. It's not impossible for him to defeat an opponent who is slightly weaker than him in one strike with one strike. It seems that other than Yi Xing, who will be eliminated in the next round, no one can say for sure about the other three. We will only know the results after the competition. After the top four were decided, the martial artists were shocked by Yi Xing's victory. They immediately began to discuss the next round of the competition. Among the top four, Shi Wenxie and Mu Xiaoyue were the most outstanding in terms of defeating their opponent. Both of them had advanced to the top four by defeating three-star Taoists. Yang Gang had defeated Nan Xinyue and advanced to the top four. This was within everyone's expectations. However, no one doubted Yang Gang's strength. This was because he had been a three-star Taoist for more than a year and had been ranked first on the Earth Profound Decree for 2 years. Although Yi Xing's defeat of Shui Yan had shocked the martial artists, objectively speaking, the one with the worst strength was Yi Xing. Therefore, for the next round of the competition, almost all the martial artists unanimously believed that Yi Xing would be eliminated. As for the other three, it was difficult to determine. The competition for the top two was not carried out in a hurry. Instead, the 4 juniors who had been eliminated in this round had a competition for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place. The rewards for 5th and 8th place were different. Naturally, they would have to compete to determine the rewards. After several battles, the rankings were decided. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place were Meng Ji, Baicang, Shui Yan, and Nan Xinyue. After the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th places were decided, the competition for the top 2 began. The referee announced the list of matches. First match: Yang Gang vs Mu Xiaoyue. Second match: Yi Xing vs Shi Wenxie. Chapter 381. When the list was announced, the fighters in the spectator stands were in an uproar. They all thought that Shi Wenxie had gotten lucky. However, no one said that such an arrangement was inappropriate or shady because the second and third place rewards were the same. In the eyes of the fighters, the 4th place would definitely belong to Yi Xing. Therefore, no matter who was eliminated, Yang Gang or Mu Xiaoyue would still be in the 3rd place. The loser had no fate with the 1st place. It was the same for the 2nd and 3rd place. It didn't affect the rewards. Yang Gang and Mu Xiaoyue looked at each other, stood up, and walked towards the arena. Shi Wenxie stood up at the same time and sat down beside Yi Xing. He sneered, "Yi Xing, I told you not to let me meet you in the Young Hero Assembly. If you were smart enough, you would have admitted defeat to Shui Yan in the previous round. However, you didn't. Now that you have fallen into my hands, you won't be able to admit defeat even if you want to." Although Yi Xing defeated Shui Yan without using his astrology, this bit of strength was obviously not enough to enter Shi Wenxie's eyes. A half-step enlightened master defeating a 2-star enlightened master was a rare occurrence in the true Xian domain. Furthermore, there were strong and weak 2-star enlightened masters. There was a huge difference between defeating an ordinary 2-star enlightened master and defeating a 2-star enlightened master at the peak. In the history of the true Xian domain, it was hard to say if a half-step enlightened master had defeated a 2-star enlightened master. There might be, but there might not be. However, one thing was for sure. In the history of the true Xian domain, there was no half-step enlightened master who defeated a 3-star enlightened master. Not to mention the true Xian domain, even the East Divine Continent or the Star Continent might not have such a person. As for Shi Wenxie, he was only slightly weaker than the silver-winged demonic condor, who was at the peak of the 3-star enlightened masters. He was definitely at the top of the 3-star enlightened masters. Many 3-star enlightened masters were no match for Shi Wenxie. Comparing the two, Shi Wenxie naturally didn't put Yi Xing in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Xing was sitting with his eyes closed. He wanted to use this last bit of time to break through the barrier of the astral realm and become an enlightened master. As long as he became an enlightened master, whether it was Shi Wenxie, Yang Gang or Mu Xiaoyue, Yi Xing had a 90% chance of defeating them. If Yi Xing was given time, he would only need 2 or 3 days. If he wanted to be fast, he might be able to break through the astral realm and become an enlightened master within 2 days. However, the young hero assembly was about to end today. He did not even have a day, let alone 2. Although Yi Xing tried his best to break through the barrier of the astral realm, he was still unable to break through in a short period of time. At this moment, with Shi Wenxie interrupting him from the side, Yi Xing stopped his attempt to break through to the astral realm. He glanced at Shi Wenxie and suddenly, his heart was moved as he thought of a way to break through to the astral realm. With this thought in mind, Yi Xing felt that it was highly possible, and his mood immediately improved a lot. Yi Xing said indifferently, "Admit defeat? There is no such word in my life. Shi Wenxie, don't be as cowardly as Shui Yan and admit defeat to me." "You think I'll admit defeat to you?" "Ha ha ha." Shi Wenxie laughed disdainfully and said, "Just you wait. I'll beat you until your teeth fall out and your bones shatter." The corners of Yi Xing's mouth curled up and he said, "Then I'll thank you first." Shi Wenxie was stunned. "Thank you? Why would Yi Xing thank him?" "You're crazy." Shi Wenxie snorted. At this moment, Yang Gang and Mu Xiaoyue had already started fighting in the arena. Shi Wenxie's attention shifted to the battle in the arena. Whether it was Yang Gang or Mu Xiaoyue, they were both great enemies of Shi Wenxie. Naturally, Shi Wenxie would not miss the battle between them. Mu Xiaoyue's battle strategy against Yang Gang was very different from when he fought against Baizong. He did not use his full strength at the beginning to decide the outcome of the battle with one strike. Instead, he used a probing attack. Yang Gang also placed great importance on Mu Xiaoyue's strength. A swordsman's explosive power was very strong. Yang Gang did not dare to let his guard down. He was careful and vigilant against his opponent. Both of them did not use their astrology. Mu Xiaoyue's sword was like a ray of light. Every time he swung his sword, there would be a dazzling golden sword aura. It shot out 1,000 meters and directly struck the light barrier at the edge of the arena. Yang Gang, on the other hand, wore a pair of high-grade spiritual weapon gloves and used the condensed aura palm to fight. The condensed aura palm was fierce and powerful. In terms of speed, Yang Gang was slightly slower than Mu Xiaoyue. However, every time he struck, he would shatter Mu Xiaoyue's sword aura. Yang Gang dodged a small portion of the sword aura with his movement skill. Their palms and swords clashed and exchanged more than 10 blows. The battle became more and more intense, and their speed became faster and faster. Soon, only the sword aura, palm prints, and 2 fast-moving figures were left in the arena. Most of the martial artists could no longer see the exact process of the two people's fight. Yi Xing's eyesight was better than a normal person's. He could see everything clearly. Moreover, after he activated his superbrain, he could see every movement of the two. He could even see the circulation of the astral energy in their bodies and the transmission of power. He could see that both of them had brought out their true strength. The only difference was that Yang Gang's attacks were overbearing, while Mu Xiaoyue's sword aura was light and agile. Yang Gang looked more powerful, but in reality, it was hard to tell who was stronger. In such an intense battle, after more than 30 moves, Mu Xiaoyue suddenly withdrew and stood several hundred meters away from Yang Gang. Yang Gang was wary of Mu Xiaoyue's swift sword attacks. When Mu Xiaoyue stopped attacking, he also took the opportunity to stop and adjust his internal breath. Although Yang Gang's astral energy is much stronger than Mu Xiaoyue's, his moves are overbearing and fierce. During the battle, his astral energy consumption is greater than Mu Xiaoyue's. Yang Gang's astral energy is dense, so he doesn't care about this consumption. However, it also causes his internal breath to become unstable. In comparison, Mu Xiaoyue's internal breath is calm and composed. Although the two of them are evenly matched, Mu Xiaoyue is slightly better. Yi Xing scanned the circulation of the astral energy in their bodies and the changes in their internal breath. He had a rough idea of their situation. However, in the eyes of the other martial artists, neither of them could do anything to the other. It was impossible to tell who was stronger. Mu Xiaoyue stood in the distance. He wasn't resting. Instead, his aura was rapidly rising as he prepared for an even more terrifying attack. Whoosh! A golden light flew out from between Mu Xiaoyue's eyebrows and turned into a giant golden star. It floated in the air, revealing an incomparably sharp aura. Metal elemental astral energy fell and turned into an illusory golden sword that enveloped Mu Xiaoyue. Mu Xiaoyue's sword aura was incomparably strong, as if it could split open the sky. Since Mu Xiaoyue had used his astrology, he would definitely launch an ultimate attack. Yang Gang didn't dare to face him in his normal state. A ray of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows. He had also used his astrology. This was a star with all 5 elements, but the astral energy it revealed was very strong. It was also a high-grade astrology. Surging astral energy fell. Yang Gang, who already had a dense astral energy, was even more overbearing, revealing a terrifying aura. Sky-splitting golden radiance soared. Mu Xiaoyue shouted coldly. He had already used his ultimate killing move and fiercely attacked Yang Gang. The golden sword aura split the arena into 2 halves, and the formation barrier appeared instantly, sealing the power of the sword aura from leaking out. Even so, many of the martial artists on the viewing platform who were facing this sword attack turned pale. They could feel the aura of death, and they all activated their martial arts to resist. Astral energy shattering the world. Facing Mu Xiaoyue's powerful attack, Yang Gang's aura was overbearing. He didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. With a loud shout, surging astral energy gathered in his palm and slammed it out. Boom! A huge astral palm shot out and collided with the golden sword energy. There was a loud explosion, and the entire arena shook slightly. The astral sword energy and the astral palm both shattered. Yang Gang's body shook slightly, but he strode forward and slammed his palm toward Mu Xiaoyue again. Mu Xiaoyue's figure disappeared in an instant. The astral palm missed and slammed into the array formation shield behind him, causing it to shake and ripple. Golden radiance drizzle sword. Mu Xiaoyue's voice seemed to come from all over the void. A ray of sword light flashed. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with tiny golden sword energy. They were densely packed like rain and attacked Yang Gang. Astral suppression in all directions. Facing the sword rain, Yang Gang's legs stopped. His body stood upright like an iron tower, and he raised his hands. In an instant, thick astral energy gathered and turned into a shield that surrounded Yang Gang. Ding! 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 The rain of swords rained down on the protective barrier, producing crisp sounds. The barrier either shattered or bounced back. It was a splendid scene. Golden radiance annihilation sword. Mu Xiaoyue's voice sounded again, and there was a hint of ruthlessness in his voice. Whoosh! A ray of golden sword light shot out from afar and pierced Yang Gang's shield. Chapter 382. Updated May 2nd update. For most martial artists, Mu Xiaoyue's sword was just a flash of golden light as it pierced through Yang Gang's protective shield. However, for Yi Xing, who was scanning with his superbrain, he was able to see it more clearly. Mu Xiaoyue's sword was not just a simple stab. Instead, he and his sword were both spinning at high speed. Swords were sharp weapons, and their killing power was extremely strong. Once a sword pierced through, it would have a very strong penetrating power. Astral energy would have a hard time blocking it. Mu Xiaoyue's golden radiance annihilation sword was spinning at high speed, increasing its penetrating power by countless times. It was hard to imagine how strong it was. Yang Gang's protective shield was not just a simple protective shield. It was a defensive move from the astral condensing palm. The astral energy guarded all directions, and its defensive power was extremely strong. Coupled with the surging power of the astral energy, even a peak-perfected person of the same realm would not be able to break through this defense. For example, Mu Xiaoyue's Golden Radiance Drizzle Sword. Mu Xiaoyue had used his Golden Radiance Drizzle Sword to defeat 3 Celestial Sage Baizong. However, it could not break through Yang Gang's astral energy suppression at all. All of the Drizzle Sword energy had been blocked. In the eyes of the martial artists, Mu Xiaoyue's Golden Radiance Drizzle Sword could not break through Yang Gang's defense. His Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword would probably return without any attack. Golden Radiance Sky Splitting Sword. Golden Radiance Drizzle Sword. Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword. Mu Xiaoyue had used 3 ultimate moves in a row. If he still could not defeat Yang Gang, then the outcome of this battle would be obvious. Yang Gang would undoubtedly be the victor. However, Yi Xing's view was the exact opposite. In his opinion, Yang Gang would most likely not be able to block Mu Xiaoyue's Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword. In the blink of an eye, the golden radiance of the sword had already pierced through Yang Gang's protective shield. There was no terrifying explosion, nor was there the sound of metal colliding. Instead, there was the sound of an object shattering. When the sword energy pierced through the protective shield, it immediately shattered, sending fragments of energy flying everywhere. A large dent immediately appeared on the shield. The tip of the sword continued forward, stabbing towards Yang Gang's body. It was only now that the martial artists could see that Mu Xiaoyue's body was rapidly spinning. The spirit weapon treasure sword in his hand was also rapidly spinning. The spirit weapon treasure sword was like a spinning diamond, ruthlessly piercing through the barrier and into the depths. The closer it was to Yang Gang's body, the stronger the astral energy and the greater the defensive power of the barrier. The speed at which the spirit weapon broke through the barrier was also affected by the powerful defensive power, causing its speed to slow down. However, Mu Xiaoyue did not stop there. His body was still spinning rapidly. Although the speed at which the spirit artifact sword pierced forward had slowed down, that was only in comparison to the speed at which it had broken through a large piece of astral light. In reality, it was still piercing towards Yang Gang at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing the tip of the sword constantly piercing through Yang Gang's protective shield, getting closer and closer to Yang Gang's body, all the cultivators felt their hearts leap to their throat. Yang Gang and Mu Xiaoyue had both brought out their full strength. The outcome of this battle would depend on this move. Would Yang Gang be able to block Mu Xiaoyue's all-out attack, or would Mu Xiaoyue be able to break through Yang Gang's all-out defense? Ha! Yang Gang shouted loudly. Surging astral energy surged out, attempting to repair the broken astral energy. At this moment, Yang Gang was unable to dodge or retreat. As long as he relaxed even a little, his protective shield would be instantly broken through by Mu Xiaoyue. He would not be able to dodge or retreat in time, and would be pierced by the sword. Therefore, the only way was to defend with all his strength, blocking the attack of the sword until Mu Xiaoyue's attack ended. However, under the attack of the Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword, Yang Gang's attempt to repair his protective shield was futile. Not to mention repairing the protective shield, the astral light that had not been broken through by the spirit artifact sword was rapidly shattering. In the end, the penetrating power of Mu Xiaoyue's sword was superior, completely breaking through Yang Gang's defense. The protective shield was completely pierced through by the sword, and the sword tip pierced through Yang Gang's chest. Yang Gang retreated backwards, but he was still not as fast as Mu Xiaoyue's sword. Poo, blood splattered, and the spirit artifact sword left a deep wound on Yang Gang's chest. Mu Xiaoyue stopped where Yang Gang was standing, and waved his spirit artifact sword to the side. Blood flowed out, but not a single drop was stained, revealing a moon-like brilliance. The outcome of this battle had been decided, and Mu Xiaoyue did not need to continue. Yang Gang stopped a few hundred meters away, his face pale and panting heavily. He quickly pressed a few acupuncture points on his chest to stop the bleeding. However, Mu Xiaoyue's sword qi remained in his body, and could not be dissolved in a short period of time. Yang Gang looked at Mu Xiaoyue from afar and said, "There are new talents in the Jianghu, and the new generation surpasses the old. Mu Xiaoyue, you are indeed a genius of the true Xian domain. I did not expect you to surpass me so quickly. You have won this battle, and it seems that the first place on the Earth Xian list is yours." Mu Xiaoyue's face revealed a faint smile and said, "The first place on the Earth Xian list is just an empty title. My goal is the Youth Tiandu tournament in the East Divine Continent." After saying this, Mu Xiaoyue turned around and returned to the edge of the arena. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, preparing for the next battle. Shi Wenxie's gaze was fixed on Mu Xiaoyue, and it was only when Mu Xiaoyue sat down that he retracted his gaze. Deep in his eyes there was a trace of fear. Although Shi Wenxie had a strong personality and was insufferably arrogant, he was not an ignorant and conceited person. Although he had not fought with Mu Xiaoyue before, he understood that his strength was still a level lower than Mu Xiaoyue's. This made Shi Wenxie a little disappointed. Because he wanted to shine in the Youth Hero Assembly, he had not revealed his true strength. When the Youth Hero Assembly began, he would take first place and amaze the world. However, this wish of his would most likely not come true. Even if he defeated Yi Xing, he would only be able to take second place. Sigh. Second place is second place. Everyone said that I could only take fourth place. If I take second place, it will be out of everyone's expectations, and it will not ruin my reputation. Shi Wenxie sighed in his heart and thought so. As for the battle with Yi Xing, Shi Wenxie had already regarded himself as the victor without a doubt. Not only Shi Wenxie, but the majority of the warriors also thought so. Mu Xiaoyue's defeat of Yang Gang had shocked everyone, and they had already regarded Mu Xiaoyue as the winner of the Youth Hero Assembly. In the loft, Venerable Jianjue's face was flushed red, and he was smiling. He was in a very good mood. The other venerables all had different emotions. However, when they looked at Venerable Jianjue, there was a trace of envy in their eyes. In their hearts they were all thinking, how good would it be if there was such a monstrous genius in our sect? Venerable Jianjue, your Golden Sword sect is really lucky to have such a monstrous genius. Even Venerable Kanglin from 3,000 years ago could only defeat beginner and intermediate 3-star Venerable Kanglin when he was a 1-star Venerable. Mu Xiaoyue is even more monstrous than Venerable Kanglin. Venerable Wuji from the Boundless sect said loudly. Although Venerable Wuji was also envious, the Golden Sword sect and the Boundless sect were on the same side. Having a monstrous genius like Mu Xiaoyue was also beneficial to the Boundless sect, so he was naturally happy. The Venerable Kanglin that Venerable Wuji mentioned was a monstrous genius that was rarely seen in the true Xian domain in thousands of years. Ever since Venerable Kanglin, there hadn't been a genius who could fight 2 realms higher in the astral realm in the true Xian domain for nearly 3,000 years. Venerable Kanglin's final achievement was to become a half-step venerable. He was the #1 expert in the true Xian domain and had occupied the first place on the Heavenly Xian ranking for nearly 200 years. He had once fought against a venerable without losing. He was a legend in the true Xian domain. Mu Xiaoyue's ability to fight above his level was even better than Venerable Kanglin's. Furthermore, he had the cultivation talent of a 9-star Yellow Fate. In the future, he would definitely become a 9-star Venerable. As long as he had the opportunity, he would be able to reach Venerable Kanglin's level. Furthermore, if Mu Xiaoyue could maintain his battle strength and become a half-step Venerable, his strength would definitely be above Venerable Kanglin's. It could be foreseen that as long as Mu Xiaoyue could grow, he would definitely become the #1 expert in the true Xian domain. In the future, the first place on the heavenly Xian ranking would probably be occupied by him for many years. Venerable Wu Yu from the Heavenly Dipper sect sighed at Yang Gang's failure. His desire to rope in Yixing became even stronger. Venerable Wu Yu looked at the battle arena. Yixing and Shi Wenxie were already standing opposite each other. There are still 13 hours left to double the monthly vote. This is a rare opportunity. Please double the monthly vote. Chapter 383. Yixing grasped the black dragon spear and pointed it towards the heavens. His momentum was like a lonely peak that pierced through the heavens. Shi Wenxie carried the great sword over his shoulder. His tall body combined with the great sword blade made him look like an iron tower, filled with a tyrannical aura. He. Shi Wenxie revealed a cruel smile. Yixing, I will break your bones inch by inch, and make you fall to the ground like a dead dog, turning you into a piece of trash that won't even be able to move. On the martial arena stage, many martial artists cried out in alarm. There seemed to be a great grudge between Shi Wenxie and Yixing. This battle was not just a simple competition. Yixing is in trouble. Although his talent in jumping ranks to challenge opponents is on par with Mu Xiaoyue, he still hasn't grown up. He is only a half-step true master. He isn't Shi Wenxie's match. Shi Wenxie is a ruthless character. He will definitely do what he says. Although Yixing is an extreme talent, the sect behind him is far too weak. As for the Earth Fiend sect, besides the 9 great sects, it is one of the strongest sects in the true mystic region. Shi Wenxie has no scruples. If he dares to say something, then he dares to do it. To be able to defeat a 2-star true master at a half-step true master, such a talent is hard to come by in the true mystic region in several thousand years. If he were to be crippled like this, that would be too much of a pity. In truth, there are many geniuses, but most of them die before they can fully grow. Especially those without a backer. The more outstanding they are, the greater the chances of them dying. I think that Yixing will also be one of those geniuses that die prematurely in their path of growth. Without a strong backer, this is too much of a loss. Many martial artists discussed amongst themselves. Most of them came from ordinary backgrounds, similar to Yixing. Thus, they sympathized with Yixing's experience. The grudges between Yixing and Shi Wenxie were only minor matters to the 9 sect alliances. The 9 great sects naturally didn't care about them. It was only now that they realized that there was such a great grudge between Yixing and Shi Wenxie that Shi Wenxie wanted to cripple Yixing. Yixing's talent was astonishing, and his future achievements were unpredictable. He was an absolute genius that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Mu Xiaoyue. If he fully matured, it was very likely that he would surpass the 9 venerables in the future. What if Yixing was crippled by Shi Wenxie? The 9 venerables were all considering the pros and cons of this matter. The Corrupt Path's Master Dried Bone, Master Huoli, and Master Heavenly Snake all looked at each other, their eyes filled with ruthlessness. With just a glance, the 3 of them knew what the other party meant. They would not stop Shi Wenxie from crippling Yixing. Shi Wenxie was a disciple of the Corrupt Path, and he was also an extraordinary genius. Since there was a grudge between the two, the Corrupt Path would definitely stand on Shi Wenxie's side, and not abandon him to help Yixing, who they didn't know would be a friend or foe in the future. Wuji Shangren, Zixia Shangren, and Jianjue Shangren, on the other hand, had nothing to do with this matter. The philosophy of their sects was to take care of their own territory and not help others, nor harm others. Moreover, if Yixing was crippled, no one would be able to threaten Mu Xiaoyue's position in the future. To them, this was a good thing. Only Master Wu Yu, Master Qin Feng, and Master Qin Hong frowned slightly. They didn't want to see a peerless genius like Yixing get crippled by Shi Wenxie. Master Wu Yu's voice came from the pavilion. Shirwenxie, this is the Young Hero Assembly. You can only decide the winner and loser. You can't intentionally harm others. Master Wu Yu was ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Profound ranking. He was very famous in the True Xian domain, and there were only a few people stronger than him. The martial artists were surprised. They didn't expect Master Wu Yu to help Yixing. However, as soon as Master Wu Yu finished speaking, Master Dried Bone immediately said, "An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. No one is allowed to interfere with the grudges between martial artists. Shirwenxie, since you have a grudge with Yixing, let's settle it today. Don't worry about it. If there are any consequences, let me, Master Dried Bones, take care of it." Shirwenxie frowned when Master Wu Yu stopped him. Although the Earth Fiend sect was strong, it couldn't be compared to the Tiangang sect. He didn't dare to disobey Master Wu Yu's order to not cripple Yixing. However, he was very reluctant. He had no choice but to obey Master Wu Yu because of his strength. Now, Master Dried Bones had allowed him to do as he pleased. This solved Shirwenxie's worries in an instant. With Master Dried Bone backing him up, Shirwenxie naturally wouldn't listen to Master Wu Yu. Shirwenxie's face revealed an ominous glint. He stared at Yixing and said, "Brat, you are destined to be crippled today. No one can save you." Yixing looked at Shirwenxie indifferently. He then looked at the pavilion in the north of the battle arena and said loudly, "Esteemed Masters, I don't want to be fair. Masters, I don't ask for protection in this battle, I only ask for fairness. Shirwenxie wanted to break my bones and cripple my cultivation. Master Ku Gu will take care of the consequences for him. But what if I break his bones and cripple his cultivation? What will happen then?" Shirwenxie laughed disdainfully and said, "You want to break my bones and cripple my martial arts? Ha ha! If you have the ability, I can tell you that there won't be any consequences. My Earth Fiend sect won't make things difficult for you. Hee hee. Unfortunately, you don't have the ability. Shirwenxie, if I really cripple you, will the Earth Fiend sect let it go? That's impossible, so stop farting over there." Yixing glanced at Shirwenxie coldly. He then looked at the pavilion and said loudly, "In the vast True Xian region, is there no one who can uphold justice and maintain the fairness of this battle?" In the pavilion, Venerable Wu Yu, Venerable Chunfeng, and Venerable Qinghong all revealed astonished expressions. They had wanted to stop Shirwenxie from escalating this battle into a battle of gratitude and grudges, but Yixing wanted fairness and spoke as if he could defeat Shirwenxie. They really couldn't understand. However, since Yixing had agreed to this battle to settle his grievances with Shirwenxie, Master Wu Yu naturally couldn't stop him. Since Yixing wanted a fair battle, Master Wu Yu would naturally give him fairness. Master Wu Yu said loudly, "All right, this battle will be settled by you two juniors. No matter the result, no one is allowed to interfere. No one is allowed to take revenge. Yixing, don't worry. I, Master Wu Yu, will take care of any consequences." In the battle arena there were millions of martial artists. In front of so many people, Master Wu Yu had personally made a promise. Naturally, he wouldn't break his promise. If Yixing crippled Shirwenxie and the Earth Fiend sect wanted to take revenge, it would be a slap to Master Wu Yu's face. Yixing bowed slightly towards the pavilion and said loudly, "Junior Yixing thanks Master Wu Yu. I will remember today's matter in my heart." Master Wu Yu smiled when he heard this. Previously, he had wanted to rope in Yixing. Now, he was just speaking up for Yixing. It seemed like he already had a good relationship with Yixing. If Yixing didn't die, of the three camps in the True Xian region, Yixing would naturally side with the righteous Dao. Now, Master Wu Yu was worried about whether Yixing could escape from Shirwenxie's hands. If Yixing was crippled, then the good relationship between him and Yixing would be meaningless. His wind force has reached the microscopic level. His speed must be much faster than ordinary people. Perhaps he can use his speed to fight Shirwenxia to a draw. However, in terms of the thickness of his astral energy, Yi Xing is only a half-step perfected person. He is definitely not as strong as Shirwenxia. If the battle continues, Yi Xing will definitely be the first to be unable to take it and lose. It seems like I can't let the battle continue for too long. As long as they exchange more than 100 moves and there is still no winner, I will declare this battle a draw. Master Wu Yu thought to himself. Master Dried Bones stood on Shirwenxia's side and was already opposing Yi Xing naturally. He didn't want Yi Xing to escape this calamity and prevent him from becoming a strong enemy in the future. Seeing that Yi Xing was very grateful to Master Wu Yu, Master Dried Bones was unhappy. He said loudly, "No need to be long-winded. Let's begin. Shirwenxia, don't disappoint us." Yi Xing scolded Shirwenxia in front of millions of martial artists, causing Shirwenxia's anger to soar to the heavens. When Master Dried Bones said begin, Shirwenxia roared angrily, "Brat, I will cut you into 8 pieces and feed them to the dogs." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge black sword in Shirwenxia's hand shone brightly. His body leaped forward, holding the huge black sword with both hands, and fiercely chopped down at Yi Xing. Within the sword energy, there were layers of mountain shadows. This was one of the unique moves of the Multiple Mountains sword art, Multiple Mountains Condensing Mountain. When this sword chopped down, it had the power to shatter heaven and earth. Its power was extremely overbearing. Shirwenxia didn't make a move, but once he made a move, he used his unique killing move. He wanted to severely injure Yi Xing with one strike. Brothers, thank you for your monthly votes. Today I will still update 3 times. Starting from the next chapter, the word count of each chapter will remain at 3,000 words. I wrote 2,500 words per chapter for the convenience of traditional Chinese publishing. However, many of you said that I was reducing the word count to make up for the chapters. Alright, I will change. Even if I write 3,000 words per chapter, I will still pay back what I owe. The monthly votes will still be added. Chapter 384. All around the martial arena, all of the martial artists had their eyes wide open, watching this battle without blinking. In the eyes of these martial artists, there was originally no suspense to this battle. It was far less interesting than the battle between Yang Gang and Mu Xiaoyue. But now, this battle had been upgraded from a competition to a battle of grudges and grudges. The loser would have their martial arts crippled. This caused all of the martial artists to pay more attention to this battle than the battle between Yang Gang and Mu Xiaoyue. Shirwenxia's strength was without a doubt. Even if he didn't use astrology, his strength was equal to Sage 3 stars. In his battle with Meng Ji, Shirwenxia hadn't used astrology yet. He had taken the upper hand, forcing Meng Ji to use astrology in order to contend with him. Most of the martial artists believed that Yi Xing wouldn't be able to receive Shirwenxia's sword. Yi Xing had a solemn expression. He truly did place great importance on Shirwenxia's strength, but he didn't fear him. Facing Shirwenxia's multiple peaks condensing mountains, Yi Xing didn't use astrology. Instead, he revolved the astral stars, gathering the power of 3 different influences of the world into his body. The black dragon spear in his hands rose upwards. What? He doesn't use astrology and wants to receive Shirwenxia's sword? Shirwenxia's strength is infinite and this sword is also an ultimate killing technique. Its strength is absolutely terrifying. How can Yi Xing withstand it? In a split second, a massive number of martial artists cried out in alarm. Even the esteemed ones in the pavilion were astonished. They did not understand why Yi Xing was only defending and taking Shirwenxia's attack head-on. Yi Xing's grand momentum of wind had reached the minute subtlety. He could have dodged Shirwenxia's sword with his extremely fast movement technique. Clangor before the martial artists could think any further, the black sword had already smashed into the black dragon spear, emitting an explosive sound. Sparks splashed out and astral light splashed out in all directions. A shock wave spread out in all directions. At this moment, Yi Xing felt as if his opponent's sword was a mountain peak pressing down on him. The strength behind it was terrifying. Yi Xing's body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He immediately retreated dozens of meters. However, his body stood firm and did not fall to the ground. The black dragon's spear trembled and hummed. It was a testament to just how strong Shi Wenxie's sword strike was. But Yi Xing didn't seem afraid at all. Instead, he revealed a bloodthirsty look. Yi Xing roared at Shi Wenxie, "Did you not eat today? That's all you've got, lousy." All around the martial arena, the spectating martial artists were stunned. How could Yi Xing be unscathed after taking such a terrifying strike head-on? How strong must one's physical body be to be able to withstand this? Only a small number of martial artists were enlightened. They had participated in the auction held by the Big Dipper auction house and had seen Yi Xing win the superior grade spirit pill, the body-strengthening pill, with their own eyes. It was clear that the body-strengthening pill had been taken by Yi Xing. Moreover, he had refined and absorbed it, refining a powerful mortal body that was comparable to a one-star sage. In truth, Yi Xing's pure physical strength was far greater than a one-star sage's. He could almost compare to a two-star sage's strength. In addition, Yi Xing had the astral star protecting his body. No matter how terrifying Shi Wenxie's attack was, Yi Xing was still able to withstand it. Shi Wenxie's original intention was to heavily wound Yi Xing with his sword strike and then slowly torture him. But the result was beyond his expectations. This sword strike didn't even injure Yi Xing in the slightest. Not only that, but it even caused Yi Xing to look down on him. Yi Xing's words ruthlessly provoked Shi Wenxie, causing him to fly into a rage. Shi Wenxie shouted, "You're just relying on the body-strengthening pill to strengthen your mortal body. Let me see how long you can last under my sword. I'll chop you to death." Whoosh! As his voice fell, an astral sword broke through the heavens. Shi Wenxie's sword ruthlessly chopped down at Yi Xing once more. The wind howled and the momentum was overwhelming. As soon as Shi Wenxie attacked, he used his peak state. Whether it was the strength of his mortal body or the intensity of his astral stars, he used them to the greatest degree. Clang! Yi Xing used the black dragon spear to block. As the spear and sword struck each other, a deafening explosion rang out. Yi Xing was forced back dozens of meters once more. Kill! This time, Shi Wenxie didn't pause. With a loud roar, the black sword brought with it a brilliant astral light as it ruthlessly cut down at Yi Xing once more. Shi Wenxie knew that no matter how powerful Yi Xing's mortal body was, there was still a limit to the strength he could withstand. With his sword strike after sword strike, it was impossible for Yi Xing to last much longer. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Xing didn't counterattack every time. He only used the black dragon spear to defend with all his strength, forcefully withstanding Shi Wenxie's attacks. Shi Wenxie's strength was truly terrifying. Every time Yi Xing blocked a sword strike, he was forced back dozens of meters. The black dragon's spear hummed and the web between his thumb and forefinger felt numb. However, Yi Xing still didn't use his astral projection. He persisted in his normal state as he fought against Shi Wenxie. The martial artists present didn't know what Yi Xing's intentions were. If this continued, Yi Xing might be able to block for a while, but it was impossible for him to do so forever. There would always be a time when he exhausted his strength. Once he couldn't withstand Shi Wenxie's attacks, he would be severely wounded. Shi Wenxie attacked 10 times in a row. His astral stars were thick and his mortal body was formidable. His entire being was like a war machine that didn't know fatigue. He was sure that in such a head-on collision, the one who couldn't withstand it would be Yi Xing. From the state of Yi Xing's sword strike, one could see that the black dragon spear in his hand was shaking more and more violently. Every time he was forced back further and further, Puff, when Yi Xing forcefully received Shi Wenxie's 12th sword strike, his body was finally unable to withstand the impact of this terrifying strength. His organs were wounded and he was forced back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Many martial artists cried out in alarm. Yi Xing had already been injured by this sword strike. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to withstand the next sword strike and would be severely wounded. Yi Xing, you're finished. I will shatter all your organs and bones. Shi Wenxie laughed. The astral light from the black greatsword in his hand began to rise. His attacks became even more vicious and violent as he attacked Yi Xing. Whoosh! This time, Yi Xing didn't forcefully receive Shi Wenxie's attack. Instead, his body flashed like a phantom, disappearing from sight. Yi Xing used the Manifestation Realm's heavenly bat steps and fused it with the subtle realm's wind potential. His speed was as fast as ghosts and gods. Shi Wenxie's sword strike naturally missed. Shi Wenxie was stunned. Yi Xing had actually dodged his attack. If Yi Xing had such a movement technique, why didn't he dodge earlier? Why did he wait until he was injured before dodging? The martial artists watching the battle were equally shocked. Their expressions revealed their confusion. They didn't know what Yi Xing's intention was. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing had already appeared 1,000 meters behind Shi Wenxie. He arrived at the other side of the battle arena, took out a healing elixir, and swallowed it. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. All the beginner perfected persons were shocked. Many 3-stars perfected persons felt that they were inferior in terms of speed. With such a fast movement technique, he could definitely rely on his speed to fight with Shi Wenxie. Before a large amount of astral energy was consumed, he would be able to protect himself. However, Yi Xing didn't use such a fast movement technique. Instead, he used his physical body to forcefully withstand Shi Wenxie's attack. The martial artists couldn't understand this. Stupid, extremely stupid. Many martial artists commented. However, most of the martial artists weren't so arbitrary. They thought that Yi Xing must have his reasons for fighting with Shi Wenxie head-on. However, they couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. You finally know how to dodge. Shi Wenxie looked at Yi Xing from afar and said with disdain, "But how long can you dodge? The battle arena is only so big. No matter how much you dodge, you will only be wasting time." As he spoke, Shi Wenxie's body was like lightning. He rushed toward Yi Xing. His huge black sword emitted a dazzling light. Along with the shadows of mountains, he continued to attack Yi Xing fiercely. Whoosh! Yi Xing didn't want to fight with Shi Wenxie head-on. Instead, he used his movement technique to dodge again. His heavenly bat movement technique had reached perfection. Together with the wind force of the hyper-focus realm, he could move within a small area. He could almost instantly change his position. Shi Wenxie's attack missed again. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Shi Wenxie shouted angrily. Every time he shouted the word kill, he would attack with his sword. The sound of kill filled the air. Sword energy was also released one after another at an extremely fast speed. However, Yi Xing's speed was even faster. Yi Xing used his superbrain to scan. He could always predict the enemy's movements. At the critical moment, he easily dodged Shi Wenxie's attack. Shi Wenxie attacked more than 10 times, but Yi Xing dodged all of them. This made him feel as if his fists were hitting cotton. He felt very aggrieved. "Bastard, how long are you going to run for?" Shi Wenxie's sword missed again. He was so angry that he shouted, "Do you dare to fight with me face to face?" Yi Xing's figure appeared in front of Shi Wenxie. At this moment, he was calm and composed. His face was rosy. He didn't look injured at all. Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "Your speed is too slow. How disappointing. Come on. This time I won't dodge. Bring it on. Your attack power is useless except for loosening my muscles and bones. You're courting death." Shi Wenxie shouted angrily. Although he had the upper hand, He was still enraged by Yixing. Shi Wenxie attacked Yixing with his sword again. His strength was overbearing, and his sword aura was shocking. Yixing didn't use his astrology. Shi Wenxie was proud, so he naturally didn't use his astrology. However, all of his strength had been unleashed to the limit. Every sword attack was a terrifying attack. Yixing didn't use his body movement to dodge this time. He took Shi Wenxie's sword head-on. Clang, the spear and sword collided. The explosion shook the heavens and the earth. Yixing was sent flying again and stood still dozens of meters away. Without using his astrology, Yixing's strength was indeed inferior to Shi Wenxie's. However, Yixing's body was strong. Although he was sent flying dozens of meters, he wasn't injured. Clang, clang, clang. One explosion after another represented that Yixing was continuously receiving Shi Wenxie's attacks head-on. This was back to the beginning of the battle. The martial artists couldn't understand why Yixing didn't use his body movement to dodge Shi Wenxie's attacks. Why was he being sent flying by Shi Wenxie's attacks head-on? The first time, no one understood. The second time, a light bulb flashed in the minds of a few people. They guessed Yixing's purpose. Could it be? In the attic, Wu Yu's expression changed. He thought of a possibility. At the same time, he was shocked, but at the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. Wait a moment. There will be a third update tonight. Chapter 385. Update, May 3rd. Other than Wu Yu, there were a few other masters who were also shocked. On the spectator's stand, a 5 stars enlightened master was stunned. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes as he revealed a surprised expression. Immediately, the 5 stars enlightened master shouted, "Wenxie, this kid wants to use your strength to break through the barrier of the astral realm. Don't waste time with him. Use your astrology and defeat him as quickly as possible." When the martial artists heard this, they were stunned for a moment before realization dawned on them. No wonder Yixing could dodge Shi Wenxie's attack, but he didn't. Instead, he insisted on fighting with Shi Wenxie. It turned out that he wanted to use Shi Wenxie's strength to break through the barrier of the astral realm and break through. Yixing was only a half-step enlightened master, but he already possessed such heaven-defying combat strength. If he broke through to the astral realm and became an enlightened master, his strength would definitely improve greatly. He might even be able to turn the situation around and defeat Shi Wenxie. In this way, Yixing dodged Shi Wenxie's attack after vomiting blood. This was because Yixing's body couldn't withstand Shi Wenxie's attack, so he had no choice but to dodge temporarily. Yixing consumed a healing elixir and dodged Shi Wenxie's attacks continuously, allowing his injuries to heal. Once his injuries were healed, he started to fight with Shi Wenxie again. It was obvious that he wanted to use Shi Wenxie's strength to break through to the astral realm. A breakthrough in cultivation required a quiet environment. It was taboo to be disturbed by outsiders. Otherwise, it would be easy to go berserk. If it was a natural breakthrough in the middle of a battle, the chances of going berserk were very low. However, Yixing obviously wasn't at the right time to break through to the astral realm, but he wanted to use Shi Wenxie's attack to break through the barrier of the astral realm. This kind of hasty breakthrough was no different from dancing on a cliff. If he was slightly careless, he would fall off the cliff and not even his bones would be left. Because this kind of breakthrough method was dangerous, no martial artist thought about it at first. At this moment, when the 5 stars enlightened master said it out loud, the martial artists finally understood. All the martial artists looked at the 5 stars enlightened master. This 5 stars enlightened master was a well-known figure in Nine Heaven City. Most of the martial artists knew him. He was the vice-sect leader of the Earth Carnage sect, Shi Daotian. He was also Shi Wenxie's father. Because of his genius son, Shi Wenxie, Shi Daotian's status in the Earth Fiend sect had risen greatly. He had even overshadowed the Earth Fiend sect leader's limelight. Excluding the big shots in the 9 sect alliances, Shi Daotian was definitely one of the top 10 big shots in the 9 Heaven City. Shi Daotian could see through Yi Xing's intentions. Naturally, he hurriedly spoke up to promote Shi Wenxie. During a breakthrough in battle, the stronger the attack, the easier it was to go berserk. At this time, not to mention using astrology, no matter what method Yi Xing used, he couldn't let Yi Xing succeed. When Shi Wenxie heard Shi Daotian's reminder, he suddenly understood why Yi Xing did not dodge and instead chose to clash head-on with him. The strength Yi Xing displayed was so heaven-defying. If he broke through to the astral realm, how could he still be a match for him? Shi Wenxie would definitely not allow Yi Xing to have the possibility of breaking through to the astral realm. Instantly, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows as he used his astrology. The surging power of astrology descended. Shi Wenxie's strength soared and his might was extremely terrifying. Under the state of using astrology, even 3-star Venerable Meng Ji was defeated, let alone Yi Xing. Most of the martial artists' hearts tightened as they broke out in cold sweat for Yi Xing. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot out from between Yi Xing's eyebrows and turned into a huge flaming star. Shi Wenxie used his astrology to increase his strength. Yi Xing did not dare to fight with him in his normal state. Of course, he also used his astrology. In order to borrow the other party's strength to break through to the astral realm, the strength of both parties must be within a certain range. If the difference was too great, the body would not be able to withstand it. Then, before the breakthrough could happen, he would be killed by the other party. Shi Wenxie used his astrology. If the difference in strength between him and Yi Xing was too great, his body would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, he could only use his astrology to reduce the difference in strength. This was the first time Yi Xing used his astrology. The surging waves of starlight shocked all the martial artists. Yi Xing's flaming star was definitely extraordinary among the high-grade astrology. Compared to the younger generation of geniuses, the waves of starlight from any high-grade astrology were more intense. Yi Xing's flaming star was indeed at the peak of the high-grade astrology. Of course, there were not many people who could compare with it. The flaming star floated in the sky. Yi Xing looked at Shi Wenxie with a confident expression. In terms of astrology, Yi Xing was stronger than Shi Wenxie. Therefore, even though both of them used their astrology, the difference in strength between them did not increase. Instead, it decreased. You dare to trick me? Die. Shi Wenxie knew that Yi Xing was only using him as a tool to break through to the astral realm. He was incomparably furious. His eyes shot out a fierce light, revealing an intense killing intent. Heavy Mountain Crush. As soon as Shi Wenxie's voice fell, he used one of the ultimate moves of the Heavy Mountain swordsmanship. The power of this move was exceptionally strong. With Shi Wenxie's attainment, he was still unable to use this move. He could only use it with the help of his astrology. The giant black sword slashed out. The terrifying sword intent condensed into a 100-meter-tall black mountain and pressed down. This was like a real mountain. It was unknown how heavy it was. As it fell, the air around Yi Xing seemed to be under a terrifying pressure. It was squeezed and exploded, giving off a series of explosive sounds. Dark Spear Veil. Yi Xing felt a huge pressure. He used the defensive spear move of the Dark Spirit Spear Art. The spear veil was like a shield, blocking the sword intent mountain that was pressing down. Boom! The collision of the spear and sword intent created a mushroom cloud of airflow. The terrifying airflow rushed out in all directions. The air in the entire arena was distorted. The power of Shi Wenxie's sword was vertical from top to bottom. Yi Xing was unable to retreat and neutralize the impact. He could only take it head-on. The sword intent mountain was only blocked for a blink of an eye. Then, it continued to fall downwards. As for the Dark Spirit Spear, it collapsed layer by layer. Every time a layer collapsed, there would be another wave of impact on Yi Xing's body. Yi Xing's legs quickly bent. Moreover, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. All the martial artists held their breath. At this moment, the battle between Yi Xing and Shi Wenxie was no different from the battle between Yang Gang and Mu Xiaoyue. If Yi Xing could not block Shi Wenxie's heavy mountain crush, he would definitely be severely injured. He might even lose his life. However, Yi Xing's situation was different from Yang Gang's. Yang Gang's strength was already fixed, while Yi Xing was on the verge of breaking through to the astral realm. With Yi Xing's strength, if he could not break through to the astral realm, he would definitely not be able to block the heavy mountain crush. Therefore, the key at this moment was whether Yi Xing could break through to the astral realm before the sword intent mountain completely fell on his body. The blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth was just the beginning. In just a breath's time, Yi Xing's eyes and ears began to bleed. Shi Wenxie's sword was indeed extremely powerful. Before it landed on Yi Xing's body, Yi Xing was already unable to withstand the power of the sword. He began to bleed from his 7 orifices. The martial artists' hearts were thumping, almost jumping to their throat. If Yi Xing did not break through, he would definitely be finished. As for the martial artists standing on Shi Wenxie's side, they had already revealed victorious smiles. Yi Xing was already an arrow at the end of its flight. At most, in 3 breaths' time, the dark spear screen would completely collapse. When the sword intent mountain fell on Yi Xing's body, Yi Xing would definitely suffer a terrifying injury. At this moment, Yi Xing was on the verge of death. If it was any other martial artist, they would have already broken down and their consciousness would have been blurry under such circumstances. However, Yi Xing's consciousness was extremely clear. The powerful super brain allowed him to be extremely calm. He controlled the power in his body and continuously attacked the barrier of the astral realm. It was because of the super brain's flawless calculations that Yi Xing dared to borrow the opponent's power to attack the barrier of the astral realm. The stronger Shi Wenxie's attack was, the more difficult it was for Yi Xing to withstand. However, it was not without benefit. It meant that the impact of the attack on the barrier of the astral realm would also be greater. It would also speed up Yi Xing's breakthrough. The dark spear screen was about to collapse completely. It looked like it could not hold on any longer. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Yi Xing's body. Bang! Under Shi Wenxie's strongest strike, the barrier of the astral realm was finally broken through. In that instant, Yi Xing's body underwent a complete metamorphosis. His remaining celestial essence underwent a qualitative change, turning into astral energy that was over 100 times stronger. At the same time, the 50% astral energy that had already transformed into astral energy also underwent a qualitative change, becoming even more formidable. Yi Xing's cultivation finally broke through the astral realm and he became a 1-star sage. There was no longer any celestial essence in his body, only astral energy. In that instant, a formidable strength flooded Yi Xing's body. The astral sword mountain came crashing down. The dark spear screen had already completely collapsed. All that was left was the bare black dragon spear. It could no longer block the astral sword mountain. As the astral sword mountain was about to fall on Yi Xing's head, the black dragon spear suddenly erupted with a dazzling astral light. Moreover, this astral light was over 10 times stronger than before. Yi Xing grasped the black dragon spear with both hands and thrust it into the skies. He used the move Flash of Light. Bang! The dark astral spear shot into the skies, unstoppable. The astral sword mountain was already nearing the end of its attack, so how could it possibly resist? It was instantly pierced by the dark astral spear and exploded. Astral light shot out in all directions like fireworks. The move Heavy Mountain Crush was forcefully broken by Yi Xing. Shi Wenxie suffered a terrifying backlash. His body shook and he was forced back several steps before coming to a stop. At this moment, in the stands around the martial arena, there were sounds of people sucking in a breath of cold air. Everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable shock. In this critical moment, Yi Xing had actually succeeded. By borrowing Shi Wenxie's strength, he had successfully broken through the astral realm and become a one-star sage. All the martial artists present were shocked. In the pavilion, Guru Wu Yu's face lit up with pleasant surprise. Guru Chen Feng and Guru Qing Hong were also overjoyed. As for Guru Dried Bone, Guru Huoli, and Guru Sky Snake, they were all stunned. Chapter 386. He really made a breakthrough. Heavens, to make a breakthrough in such an intense battle, he actually didn't suffer from cultivation deviation. An 18-year-old true master. Around the martial arena, cries of surprise sounded out again and again. Even though Shi Daotian had explained Yi Xing's intentions, there were very few martial artists that believed that Yi Xing would succeed. Thus, Yi Xing's successful breakthrough was beyond the expectations of nearly all martial artists. Everyone was shocked. In the martial arena, Yi Xing put away the black dragon spear. He stood with his hands crossed behind his back, exuding a surging aura like a great mountain. As he looked at Shi Wenxie, his eyes revealed a dignified aura. Being stared at by Yi Xing, Shi Wenxie's heart inexplicably tightened. Yi Xing's ability to jump ranks and fight was in no way inferior to Mu Xiaoyue's. Now that he had broken into the true master realm, Shi Wenxie dreaded him greatly. This was originally only an ordinary battle, but you forced me to the point where there was only you and no me. Shi Wenxie, you dug your own grave and buried yourself in it. Yi Xing coldly looked at Shi Wenxie, his voice chilling. Shi Wenxie took a deep breath and said, "We can only decide victory and defeat." Ha 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 ha. Yi Xing laughed out loud. When he was a half-step true master, Shi Wenxie wanted to break his bones and cripple his martial arts. Now Yi Xing's cultivation had broken through and Shi Wenxie actually said that they could only decide victory and defeat. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Yi Xing didn't reply to Shi Wenxie. After laughing, he revolved the astral stars and used the astral flame fist to punch out at Shi Wenxie. He wanted to use his actions to show his attitude. Fire star force surged. It hung in the air and rapidly fused into Yi Xing's fist. Like a funnel, it caused the might of Yi Xing's astral flame fist to increase by several times. Yi Xing's astral flame fist had been cultivated to the large success boundary, only a tiny bit away. The only reason he hadn't broken through was because his boundary wasn't high enough. Now that Yi Xing had broken through to the astral star realm, his astral flame fist had reached the large success boundary and its might had risen to another level. The dark spirit spear art was at its strongest when combined with the power of dark stars. The astral flame fist was naturally at its strongest when combined with the power of fire star force. Thus, after Yi Xing broke through to the astral star realm, he put away the black dragon spear and used the astral flame fist instead. As long as the astral flame fist reached large success, then under the power of the astral star, it would be even stronger than the dark spirit spear arts at the manifestation boundary. Do you really think I'm afraid? Facing Yi Xing's flaming fist, Shi Wenxie roared, "Heavy mountain suppression." Surging astral energy fell from the sky. Shi Wenxie slashed out with his sword. The sword energy was vigorous, and the dazzling astral light condensed into a 100-meter-tall mountain. It attacked Yi Xing with unstoppable force. Bang! In this round, they were evenly matched. No one had gained the upper hand. Shi Wenxie's eyes brightened and his mood improved. He smiled and said, "Yi Xing, I thought you would be strong after breaking through to the astral star realm. Hee. You can't do anything to me. Since neither of us can do anything to each other, we can only compete in the thickness of our astral stars and see who exhausts their astral stars first. In terms of the thickness of our astral stars, as a 2-star sage, I far surpass you. If we fight for a long time, you will definitely be the one to lose. Before, I agreed to only fight to the end, but you insisted on acting. Now, I will use up your astral stars and wait for you to exhaust your strength. Then, I will slowly torture you, crush your bones, cripple your martial arts, and make you wish you were dead." Yi Xing raised both his hands and felt the power in his body. His understanding of the flaming aura fist had already reached the greater mastery realm. It was only because his cultivation was not high enough that he did not break through. Now that his cultivation had broken through, his flaming aura fist naturally broke through as well. After the practice of that fist, Yi Xing finally merged his understanding with the flaming aura fist and broke through to the greater mastery realm. The power of the flaming aura fist at the greater mastery realm was many times stronger than the minor mastery realm. The corner of Yi Xing's mouth revealed a satisfied smile. Shi Wenxie's expression froze. The smile on Yi Xing's face gave him a bad feeling. Yi Xing's smile became wider and wider as he said, "Shi Wenxie, try and take another punch from me." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xing had already shot forward and punched out. The flaming aura fist bloomed with a bright light and emitted a scorching aura. Just the friction with the air caused obvious shockwaves. The flaming aura fist at the greater mastery realm, the power of fire at the hyper-focus realm, and the flame astrology at the peak of the upper-grade astrology. Yi Xing had perfectly merged the three powers of fire together, causing the power of this punch to be exceptionally strong. Shi Wenxie's hair stood on end as he felt a dangerous aura. The power of Yi Xing's punch was actually much stronger than before. Could this be his true strength? Shi Wenxie's heart was shocked. At this moment, Shi Wenxie did not have much time to think. Yi Xing had increased his speed with the wind power of the hyperfocus realm, causing this punch to be extremely fast. Shi Wenxie had no way of dodging and could only face it head-on. Heavy Mountain Crush. Shi Wenxie borrowed the power of the astrology realm and once again executed this ultimate move. The sword Mountain Crush ruthlessly slashed down. In an instant, the flaming aura fist and the sword Mountain Crush collided, causing a loud explosion. The result was completely different from the previous exchange. The sword Mountain Crush was directly blasted into pieces by Yi Xing's punch. It turned into countless astral lights that scattered in all directions. Yi Xing's flaming aura fist did not lose its momentum and continued to smash onto the huge black sword in Shi Wenxie's hand. Shi Wenxie immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. As if his body had suffered a heavy blow, he flew back a few hundred meters and landed heavily on the ground. Hiss! In the spectator stands, gasps could be heard. The martial artists were all shocked. The result of this battle came so quickly. Shi Wenxie fell to the ground and rolled continuously. The huge black sword had already fallen to the side and rolled for tens of meters before the terrifying impact dissipated. However, when Shi Wenxie moved, he felt a burning pain in his body. Yi Xing's flaming aura fist had already invaded his body. The flaming aura fist was so hot that it felt like it was being burned. Shi Wenxie felt excruciating pain. Before he could expel the flaming aura fist from his body, he would not be able to move. Yi Xing, on the other hand, walked toward Shi Wenxie step by step. Although his steps seemed slow, each step was more than 100 meters. In just a few steps, he would be right in front of Shi Wenxie. Shi Wenxie would then face the consequences of having his bones and muscles crushed and his martial arts crippled. Shi Wenxie had almost no strength to resist. He waved his hand and instantly took out a formation disc. The formation disc was engraved with a level 3 defense formation, Big Dipper formation. Instantly, a formation light shield covered the area around Shi Wenxie and separated Yi Xing from the formation disc. At the same time, in the spectator stands, the Earth Carnage Sect's vice faction leader, 5 stars enlightened Master Shi Daotian stood up. A terrifying aura exploded from Shi Daotian as he shouted, "Yi Xing Wenxie has lost. This battle ends here." Yi Xing had already expected that the Earth Carnage sect martial artists would stop him. Hence, he had asked the 9 superior sects to uphold justice from the start. With Wu Yu's promise, Yi Xing was naturally not afraid of the Earth Carnage sect. Yi Xing laughed and said, "I have not yet crushed his bones and crippled his martial arts. This battle is not over yet." As he spoke, Yi Xing punched out. Bang! The formation light shield, which could withstand the attack of an ordinary 3-star venerable, was broken by Yi Xing's punch. There was no longer any obstruction between Yi Xing and Shi Wenxie. Seeing this, Shi Daotian was enraged. He shouted, "Yi Xing, if you dare to harm a single hair on my son, I will exterminate your entire sect." Yi Xing's expression froze. Instantly, he revealed a murderous aura. The Falling Star sect had already been destroyed. Shi Daotian's words had undoubtedly struck a sore spot in Yi Xing's heart. Yi Xing was not in a hurry to attack Shi Wenxie. Instead, he looked into the pavilion and said, "Senior Wu Yu, it looks like in the eyes of the Earth Carnage sect, there is no such person as a senior." In the pavilion, Wu Yu's face turned green with a hint of anger. In front of countless martial artists, he had promised to give Yi Xing a fair battle. He had promised to settle the consequences for Yi Xing. However, Shi Daotian still said such words. He really did not take Wu Yu seriously. Exalted Wu Yu's voice was cold as he said, "This old man has already said that I will deal with the consequences of Yi Xing's battle. Shi Daotian, if you are unhappy, you can come at me. If the Earth Fiend sect dares to take revenge on Yi Xing, my Tiangang sect will return the favor tenfold." Shi Daotian's expression froze. Just now, he had spoken in a hurry and had neglected Wu Yu. With Wu Yu presiding over this battle, how could the Earth Carnage sect interfere? Seeing that Yi Xing was about to cripple his son, Shi Daotian's heart was burning with anxiety. His eyes were filled with hatred, but there was nothing he could do. Shi Daotian's gaze also looked into the pavilion. Now, he could only ask the 3 lords of the evil path for help. Withered Bone Lord. Shi Daotian asked Withered Bone Lord for help. However, just as Shi Daotian spoke, Yi Xing had already attacked. He did not want Withered Bone Lord to stop him. He wanted to cripple Shi Wenxie first. Shi Wenxie's eyes immediately revealed a hint of fear. However, when Yi Xing appeared beside Shi Wenxie, the look in Shi Wenxie's eyes instantly turned vicious. He roared, "Die for me!" Whoosh! A beam of light shot out from Shi Wenxie's hand, shooting towards Yi Xing. This was a black short sword that was more than a foot long. It contained an extremely terrifying power. It was a forbidden weapon that was equivalent to a high-grade spiritual weapon. Forbidden weapon, absolute soul sword. This was Shi Wenxie's true trump card. It was a forbidden weapon that could instantly kill a 3-star venerable. Even a 4-star venerable would be severely injured if struck by it. However, just as Shi Wenxie took out the forbidden weapon, absolute soul sword, Yi Xing's figure suddenly disappeared. Yi Xing had always been on guard against Shi Wenxie. With his super brain scanning, Yi Xing understood his every move. When Shi Wenxie took out the forbidden weapon, Yi Xing had already executed the heavenly bat footwork. Although the absolute soul sword was strong, it did not even touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes. Boom! The absolute soul sword exploded, releasing a terrifying power. Yi Xing's figure had already appeared beside Shi Wenxie like a ghost. His legs ruthlessly stomped down. A shrill cry rang out. All the bones and tendons in Shi Wenxie's body were crushed by Yi Xing. His meridians were all broken, and his martial arts were crippled. Chapter 387. Cries of surprise rang out from the spectator stands. Although Shi Wenxie was not as outstanding as Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue, he was still able to defeat opponents of a higher level in the astral star realm. He was a rare genius in the True Xian region. If Shi Wenxie was allowed to grow, he would definitely become an expert of his generation. He might even lead the Earth Carnage sect to become a superior one-star sect and be on equal footing with the 9 great sects. However, everything was no longer possible. Shi Wenxie had yet to mature. Today, at this moment, his martial arts had already been crippled by Yi Xing. Even his bones and tendons had been completely shattered. He could not even move. From today onwards, he would be a cripple who would even need the help of others to eat. Even if the Earth Carnage sect could obtain a supreme elixir that could heal Shi Wenxie's broken bones and tendons, Shi Wenxie's cultivation had already been crippled. He would have to start cultivating from scratch. He was about to miss the golden period of cultivation. Not to mention achieving what he should have achieved in the future, just recovering his current cultivation was not easy. Sire! In the spectator stands, Shi Daotian watched as Shi Wenxie was crippled by Yi Xing and let out a mournful cry. Shi Daotian's eyes were filled with hatred. Many Earth Carnage sect martial artists beside him stood up and looked at Yi Xing furiously. A terrifying aura came from the pavilion. Master Wu Yu's voice rang out, "This battle should have been fine. Shi Wenxie was the one who started it on purpose. He only has himself to blame for ending up like this. He can't blame anyone else. Yi Xing, let's end this battle here. Whoever dares to make things difficult for you in the future will be my enemy." "Thank you, Master Wu Yu, for upholding justice." Yi Xing cupped his fists in the direction of the pavilion and thanked Master Wu Yu. Then, he walked towards the edge of the fighting arena. All the martial artists' gazes were focused on Yi Xing. Their views of Yi Xing had changed completely. Previously, in the eyes of the martial artists, Yi Xing was a talented junior. Now, in the eyes of the martial artists, he was an expert. Among the 3-star venerables, his combat strength was at the top. Although he could not be considered to be invincible in the true Xian territory, he was definitely an expert. He was already an invincible existence in some countries with inferior 1-star sections. Yi Xing returned to the edge of the battle arena and sat down. At this moment, the array formation that enveloped the battle arena had already been removed. Shi Wenxie was being carried away by the Earth Fiend sect's martial artists. The referee announced that they would rest for 15 minutes before the final battle of the young hero assembly would begin. With Shi Wenxie crippled, he naturally could not compete with Yang Gang for the 3rd place. The 3rd and 4th place battles were directly skipped. This 15 minutes was for Yi Xing to recover his astral energy and adjust his internal energy so that he could be in peak condition to face Mu Xiaoyue. Yi Xing's eyes were closed as he adjusted his breathing. But the martial artists watching the battle were already talking amongst themselves, as if their nest had exploded. Shi Wenxie is also a rare genius of the true Xian region. To think that he would be crippled just like that, what a pity! Before the war started, who could have predicted such an outcome? Yi Xing actually dared to borrow Shi Wenxie's strength to break through to the astral realm during the battle. He is really courageous. There was no other way. If he did not break through to the astral realm, Yi Xing would definitely lose. The result of losing would be his bones and tendons being broken and his martial arts crippled. It would be no different from going crazy. He might as well risk his life and fight for a future. If Shi Wenxie did not stir up trouble and wanted to break Yi Xing's bones and cripple Yi Xing's martial arts, the outcome of this battle would not be like this. Wu Yu was right. Shi Wenxie brought this upon himself. He cannot blame anyone else. Shoo! Don't say that. The Earth Carnage sect is not easy to deal with. They are afraid of exalted Wu Yu and do not dare to make a move on Yi Xing. They have nowhere to vent the anger in their hearts. Be careful not to invite trouble onto yourself. How could I not know that the Earth Fiend sect is not easy to deal with? But can he shut the mouths of the world? Furthermore, does the Earth Fiend sect not dare to attack Yi Xing? I don't think so. Why? Does the Earth Fiend sect dare to go against Wu Yu? Wu Yu is one of the top 10 figures on the heavenly profound ranking. Even among the exalts, he is one of the top few. He can easily crush the Earth Fiend sect. Does the Earth Fiend sect dare to go against him? Shirwenxia has been crippled. How can the Earth Fiend sect let this go? They don't dare to do it openly, but they do dare to do it secretly. Furthermore, if the Earth Fiend sect really wants to kill Yixing, they have many ways to do it. They don't have to do it themselves. That's true. Yixing is not a disciple of the Tiangang sect. Unless Yixing joins the Tiangang sect, Wu Yu can protect him for a while, but not forever. That's right. Just wait and see. Once the hero assembly is over, Yixing will definitely face a calamity. Whether he can survive this calamity will depend on his luck. 15 minutes passed quickly. The final battle of the young hero assembly had finally arrived. After the referee's announcement, Yixing and Mu Xiaoyue walked into the arena at the same time. The surrounding martial artists suddenly quieted down. All of them stared at Yixing and Mu Xiaoyue, their eyes brimming with energy and vigor. Both of them were in the astral realm and had the combat power to defeat opponents 2 levels higher than them. They were the rare geniuses in the true Xian domain. Previously, the martial artists felt that it was a pity that the 2 geniuses, Yixing and Mu Xiaoyue, couldn't compete at the same level. Now, Yixing had broken through to the astral realm and was a 1-star venerable like Mu Xiaoyue. Although they had broken through at different times and Mu Xiaoyue was a 1-star venerable, they were still in the same level. As a result, the final battle between the 2 of them had become interesting. They were both geniuses who could defeat opponents 2 levels higher than them in the astral realm. They were both in the first stage of the astral realm. Who was the weaker one? Every martial artist present wanted to know. Even though both of them were geniuses, there could only be one number 1. One of the 2 geniuses had to settle for second place. Geniuses rarely seen in thousands of years had to settle for second place in their generation. It was a tragedy that they were born at the wrong time. Mu Xiaoyue's white robe fluttered in the wind. His temperament was otherworldly, and his expression was still calm. However, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Mu Xiaoyue sized up Yixing and said, "I didn't expect that my opponent in the final battle would be you." Mu Xiaoyue wasn't the only one who didn't expect this. Even after the top 4 had been decided, the rest of the martial artists didn't expect that Yixing and Mu Xiaoyue would compete for first place. In the eyes of the martial artists, Yixing would settle for 4th place, while Mu Xiaoyue, Yang Gang, and Shirwenxia had the chance to win first place. But now, Yang Gang and Shirwenxia had already been eliminated. Only Yixing and Mu Xiaoyue remained. Many martial artists couldn't help but wonder if Mu Xiaoyue would also be eliminated and Yixing would take first place. If this was the result, everyone's eyes would pop out. Before the start of the battle, who would have thought that the half-step enlightened master Yixing's strength would be so strong? Moreover, he could break through the astral realm and become a 1-star enlightened master during the battle and compete with Mu Xiaoyue for first place? However, at this moment, the martial artists couldn't help but admit that Yixing already had a 50% chance of winning first place. The strength that Yixing and Mu Xiaoyue had displayed was extremely strong. No one could tell who was stronger and who would be the strongest. They could only wait and see the results of their battle. Yixing was calm and composed. His demeanor was very similar to Mu Xiaoyue's. The corners of Yixing's mouth curled up. He revealed a faint smile and said, "I already had a premonition that you would be my strongest opponent for first place." Mu Xiaoyue moved aside slightly and said, "Oh? You actually know my true strength." Yixing nodded and said, "That's right. Someone once told me that when you were a half-step enlightened master, you defeated a 2-star enlightened master. Many people didn't believe it, but I did." Mu Xiaoyue smiled and said, "You also have such battle strength. Of course I believe it. Mediocre people wouldn't dare to believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. After saying this, Mu Xiaoyue's smile froze. His aura suddenly became sharp. There seemed to be sword aura around him. Mu Xiaoyue's eyes were like swords. He stared at Yi Xing and said, "Yi Xing, you're not bad. You can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. If your destiny is also comparable to mine, you'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with me in the future. But, with me, Mu Xiaoyue, in the true Xian domain, you can only be second." Yi Xing asked, "Why? Can't I be first?" Mu Xiaoyue's aura was getting stronger and stronger. His face was filled with confidence as he said, "Because I, Mu Xiaoyue, am on the path of martial arts. I am invincible. I am invincible. Only in this way can I build an invincible heart and achieve supreme swordsmanship. Being in the same generation as me is your tragedy." Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "The path of invincibility? Haha. Invincibility depends on strength, not on the mouth. In this young hero assembly, I'm determined to get first place. No one can stop me." Yi Xing wanted to get first place, not to cultivate his invincible heart, but to obtain the resurrection pill as a reward. He wanted to give it to his master, Zishan Ho, to heal his broken limbs. No one could stop his determination to get first place. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. Mu Xiaoyue raised his hand and a high-grade spirit weapon flew into his hand. His expression became incomparably firm and his aura became sharp. The powerful aura condensed into an illusory sword that pierced the sky. The wind and clouds changed color. The terrifying aura made all martial artists below the 4-star level feel a sense of fear. Whoosh! A golden light flew out from between Mu Xiaoyue's eyebrows and turned into a golden star that floated in the sky. The golden light was so bright that people couldn't look at it directly. It revealed an extremely sharp and terrifying aura. Metal star power fell from the sky and fused with Mu Xiaoyue's body, causing Mu Xiaoyue's sword aura to rise again and soar into the sky. When facing Yanggang, Mu Xiaoyue didn't rush to use his astrology. But when facing Yi Xing, he immediately used his astrology. From this, it could be seen that Mu Xiaoyue valued Yi Xing's strength very much. He was even more cautious than when facing Yanggang. Mu Xiaoyue held the sword in his hand and said, "You are right. The invincible heart depends on strength, not on the mouth. I will use strength to prove that being in the same generation as me is your sorrow." Today's update is complete. Adjusting status. Chapter 388. Mu Xiaoyue used astrology and so did Yi Xing. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot out from between Yi Xing's eyebrows, turning into a giant flaming star that floated in the air. Surging flaming star power fell and enveloped Yi Xing, exuding a scorching and terrifying aura. Yi Xing wore the blazing gloves and clenched his fists. He shouted, "Cut the crap and bring it on!" Mu Xiaoyue's eyes turned cold, and he immediately attacked. Sky-splitting golden sword. With a wave of the upper-grade spirit weapon, a golden sword aura shot out, carrying a terrifying power that could split the heavens and earth. It slashed down at Yi Xing. The sharpness of the sword aura was such that the sky above the battle arena was split into two halves wherever the sword aura passed. Condensing flame aura. In the face of Mu Xiaoyue's terrifying swordsmanship, Yi Xing did not dodge. Instead, he took a step forward. Surging flaming star power merged with the astral energy, turning into a flaming fist aura that met the golden sword aura head-on. Boom! The flaming fist aura and the golden sword aura were shattered in an explosion. The moment the two people made their move, they brought out their true abilities. What they executed were both ultimate killing moves. The result seemed to be a tie. Golden drizzle sword. Mu Xiaoyue's sword momentum suddenly changed. His figure flashed like a sword light and disappeared without a trace. Instead, a golden sword aura suddenly shot out from all directions. It was like a dense drizzle of rain. This attack was too strong, and there was no way to avoid it. Even someone as strong as Yang Gang could only defend with all his strength, blocking Mu Xiaoyue's golden drizzle sword. Yi Xing was not Yang Gang. Facing the dense drizzle of sword aura, he did not defend. Instead, he used offense as defense. 9 heavens burning fire. Yi Xing shouted as he executed one of the flaming astral fists group attack move. In an instant, Yi Xing threw countless punches in all directions. The surging fiery star power made him not worry about the fire astral gale at all. It was more than enough for him to perform the move, fire burning 9 heavens. Dense flaming energy fists blasted out in all directions. The drizzling energy swords were all broken by Yi Xing's energy fists. Facing the golden light drizzle sword, most martial artists would choose the same method as Yang Gang, to defend with all their might. This was because the drizzle energy swords were densely packed and innumerable. If one used offense as defense, if one did not destroy all of the drizzle energy swords, one would definitely be harmed. Yi Xing had his super brain to scan the area, so he was not worried about this. No matter how dense the sword forces were, Yi Xing could see them clearly with his superbrain's scan. Hence, he used Fire Burns the 9 Heavens to destroy all the drizzling sword forces. Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword. As soon as Yi Xing destroyed the Golden Radiance Drizzle Sword, a cold shout rang out. Afterwards, there was a flash of light. Young Master Mu had turned into a streak of resplendent light with his sword, stabbing towards Yi Xing. All the martial artists watching the battle widened their eyes at this moment. They did not even dare to blink as they watched the battle in the arena. The battle between Mu Xiaoyue and Yang Gang was decided when Mu Xiaoyue used the Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword. Now, Mu Xiaoyue used the Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword again, but his opponent was Yi Xing. Could Yi Xing block this sword move? At this moment, it was very likely that the outcome of the battle between Mu Xiaoyue and Yi Xing would be decided. No one dared to blink, afraid that they would miss a moment. To the surprise of all the martial artists present, Yi Xing didn't try to resist Mu Xiaoyue's sword. Instead, with a schwa sound, a pair of black wings sprouted from his back. This was a mid-grade flying spirit artifact, black feather wings. Yi Xing did not block Mu Xiaoyue's sword. Instead, he dodged. While he used the black feather wings, he also used the subtle wind force and the heavenly bat steps. The transformative stage Heavenly Bat Steps was already extremely fast. It contained the subtle wind force, and with the added speed of the black feather wings, Yi Xing's speed reached a level that even a mid-stage true master would be surprised. Whoosh! Yi Xing's body instantly shot up into the sky. Mu Xiaoyue's sword pierced through the air, passing by in a flash. Many martial artists were so shocked that their mouths formed an O shape. How fast was Mu Xiaoyue's sword? It definitely surpassed the limits of a beginner stage true master. Even a 4-star true master would only be able to block this sword, not dodge it. But Yi Xing had actually managed to dodge Mu Xiaoyue's sword at such a critical moment. Just what sort of speed was this? As for how fast Yi Xing was, most of the martial artists did not know. They only saw Yi Xing's figure shoot up into the sky and then disappear from sight. Even the mid-stage true masters were not able to clearly see Yi Xing's figure. In the next moment, Mu Xiaoyue stopped because his sword had pierced through the air. As for Yi Xing, he was already standing several hundred meters behind Mu Xiaoyue. What a strong sword! Even Yang Gang could not block it. Unfortunately, no matter how strong this sword is, it cannot touch me. Yi Xing retracted the black feather wings behind him. He turned around and looked at Mu Xiaoyue, slowly speaking. Mu Xiaoyue's complexion was somewhat ugly. He had already cultivated the golden ray sword art to the perfection boundary. He had already comprehended the subtle boundary of the golden ray sword art. Combined with his superior alloy attribute, he could use the strongest move of the golden ray sword art, the golden ray sword of annihilation. In Mu Xiaoyue's opinion, no beginner stage true master should be able to block it. Mu Xiaoyue believed that he was an invincible existence among beginner stage true masters. But his strongest move had been dodged by Yi Xing. He could not believe that his attack had not harmed Yi Xing in the slightest. Mu Xiaoyue frowned. I didn't think that you would have a mid-grade flying spirit artifact on you. To be able to dodge my attack, that is a bit beyond my expectations. But this is because you relied on an external object. Otherwise, you would not have been able to dodge my sword. Mu Xiaoyue's eyebrows rose. His tone changed as he continued. But you think that you are the only one with a mid-grade flying spirit artifact. Schwa, as he spoke, a pair of golden wings unfurled behind Mu Xiaoyue's back. It was also a mid-grade flying spirit artifact. As the golden wings unfurled, Mu Xiaoyue's expression turned cold again. His eyes were like swords as he stared at Yi Xing. You are fast, but if I use a mid-grade flying spirit artifact as well, let's see if you can still dodge it. Yi Xing smiled faintly. The reason he was able to dodge Mu Xiaoyue's Golden Radiance Extermination Blade was not just because of his black wings. More importantly, it was because of his wind force, which was in the realm of refinement, and his heavenly bat steps. The reason why he had used the black wings was because Mu Xiaoyue's attack had been too sudden. In order to avoid any accidents, Yi Xing had pushed his speed to the limit and used the black wings. Now Yi Xing was on guard. His super brain scanned his opponent, and Mu Xiaoyue's astral energy circulated. Yi Xing understood everything. Even if Yi Xing did not use the black wings, Mu Xiaoyue would not be able to touch Yi Xing. Yi Xing's faint smile was taken as contempt by Mu Xiaoyue. His expression turned angry as he said, "Lose." Whoosh, as he spoke, Mu Xiaoyue used the Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword again. With a flash of light, he rushed towards Yi Xing. Now that Mu Xiaoyue was using a mid-grade flying spirit artifact, his speed was even faster than before. However, under the scan of Yi Xing's superbrain, Mu Xiaoyue's movement was detected by Yi Xing. Almost at the same time as Mu Xiaoyue's attack, Yi Xing had already used the sky bat steps to dodge to the side. Mu Xiaoyue's attack missed again. Seeing that Yi Xing had dodged his attack without using a mid-grade flying spirit artifact, Mu Xiaoyue felt even more embarrassed. He continued to use the Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword and wildly attacked Yi Xing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mu Xiaoyue attacked Yi Xing 3 times in a row, but all 3 attacks missed. Hiss! So fast! What level of attainment has Yi Xing reached in his movement technique? How can he be so fast? Not only is his movement technique high, but he can also predict his opponent's movements. When Mu Xiaoyue attacked, he was already dodging. There was almost no difference in timing. The martial artists cried out in alarm. Some mid-level sages could see the real reason why Yi Xing was able to dodge Mu Xiaoyue's attacks every time. Mu Xiaoyue attacked several times in a row, but all of his attacks were in vain. He stopped and said, "Yi Xing, do you only know how to dodge? You don't even dare to fight me head-on. It's clear who's stronger and who's weaker. If you keep running away, then there's no need to compete. The winner cannot be someone who only knows how to run away." Compared to Mu Xiaoyue's impetuous and impatient attitude, Yi Xing was as calm and composed as ever. Yi Xing said, "You said that I can't dodge your sword moves, but I'm just proving that I can. Who says that I don't dare to fight you head-on? You've already attacked me several times, so why don't you try taking a fist from me?" As he spoke, Yi Xing's aura began to rapidly rise, as if he were preparing for his strongest attack. As his voice fell, Yi Xing's aura had already risen to the peak. His entire body began to emit translucent flames, as if he were a messenger of fire. Yi Xing used the astral flame fist and punched out at Mu Xiaoyue. As this fist punched out, A fire dragon and a fire tiger followed Yi Xing from both sides, letting out the roars of a tiger and a dragon. In an instant, the fire dragon and the fire tiger merged into Yi Xing's astral flame fist, but the roars of the tiger and the dragon became even more intense. The tiger and dragon roar was the strongest move of the astral flame fist. Yi Xing punched out, and the astral flame fist contained the power of a dragon and a tiger. Its terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. Mu Xiaoyue immediately felt a huge amount of pressure. Golden Ray Extermination Sword. Mu Xiaoyue's expression was grim as he shouted and used the Golden Ray Sword's ultimate move to attack Yi Xing. Before, Yi Xing had dodged every move of the Golden Ray Extermination Sword. This time, Yi Xing took the initiative to attack, so naturally, he couldn't dodge. However, the difference was that when Mu Xiaoyue took the initiative to attack Yi Xing, the Golden Ray Extermination Sword was fully displayed, and its power was at its strongest. Now Yi Xing took the initiative to attack, so the initiative was in Yi Xing's hands. Mu Xiaoyue hastily used the same Golden Ray Extermination Sword, but its power wasn't as strong as when Mu Xiaoyue took the initiative to attack Yi Xing. Although the difference wasn't big, for experts of similar strength, a slight decrease in strength would affect the final outcome of the battle. Boom! With a loud explosion, the astral sword and the astral fist collided. What a tragedy! The more I owe, the more I owe. But I'll make up for it, definitely. Chapter 389. The sword aura and fist aura exploded at this moment, splashing in all directions. The exploding astral aura released a blinding light that was difficult to look at. In an instant, this dazzling light filled the entire martial arena along with the chaotic astral energy that was surging in all directions. A light barrier appeared, confining the turbulent astral aura within the martial arena. Amidst the turbulent astral aura and the blinding light, the martial artists could no longer see the situation in the martial arena. They could only see the blinding light and turbulent astral aura. The light was obviously blinding, and because of the chaotic astral aura, they could not see Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue in the martial arena. However, the martial artists still endured the blinding light and stared at the martial arena with wide eyes. They all wanted to know who was stronger and who was weaker in this round of peak confrontation. They were afraid that they would miss a single moment. The blinding light dissipated in the blink of an eye. However, the turbulent astral aura took a few breaths before it gradually dissipated. When the astral aura that blocked their vision dissipated, the martial arena suddenly erupted with a uniform cry of surprise. They saw Yi Xing standing in the same place, his posture like a mountain. As for Mu Xiaoyue, he had already appeared 100 meters behind him. He was half kneeling on the ground, his body trembling. A trail of blood hung from the corner of his mouth, and the sword in his hand was stabbed into the ground to support his body. Mu Xiaoyue was actually injured. Before the battle, although Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue's chances of victory were 50-50, in the hearts of the majority of the martial artists, they still thought that Mu Xiaoyue would win. This was because Mu Xiaoyue had broken through to the astral realm first. Although they were both one-star sages, his cultivation was more profound than Yi Xing's. Moreover, Mu Xiaoyue came from the Golden Sword sect, one of the 9 great sects, and had been taught by a master. On the other hand, Yi Xing came from an inferior one-star sect. The person who taught him might not be as strong as Yi Xing himself. This hero's assembly was undoubtedly a good basis for the Earth Profound List rankings. The champion of the heroes' assembly would also be the champion of the Earth Profound List. For the martial artists, it was natural for Mu Xiaoyue, who came from the Golden Sword sect, to be the champion of the Earth Profound List. However, if Yi Xing, a martial artist from a remote area, were to become the champion of the Earth Profound List, many martial artists would not accept it. However, the result was beyond the expectations of the majority of the martial artists. The dark horse, Yi, was not satisfied with second place. He had defeated Mu Xiaoyue to become the champion. In the pavilion, the Golden Sword sect's venerable master Jianjue looked at the arena in disbelief and muttered to himself, "This is impossible." Mu Xiaoyue was a rare genius in the true Xian domain that was rarely seen in thousands of years. In the history of the Golden Sword sect, there had never been such a monstrous genius. The ancient martial art practitioners of the Golden Sword sect all thought that Mu Xiaoyue would lead the true Xian domain to a new era. Who would have thought that Mu Xiaoyue would be defeated by Yi Xing, who was even younger than him? Therefore, even though the truth was right in front of his eyes, Venerable Master Jianjue still could not believe it. Venerable Wuji and Venerable Zixia both sighed. It was not that Mu Xiaoyue was not outstanding, but it was a pity that Yi Xing was too heaven-defying. Mu Xiaoyue said that it was sad that Yi Xing was born in the same generation as him. This was completely the opposite. It should be that it was sad that Mu Xiaoyue and Yi Xing were born in the same generation. Venerable Wuji glanced at Venerable Wu Yu and saw that Venerable Wu Yu's face was full of joy. He was obviously very happy. When Yi Xing had shown his talent, the venerables of the three camps had all wanted to rope him in. However, as the competition continued, the Evil Path camp stood against Yi Xing because of Shi Wenxie. The camp led by the Boundless sect ignored Yi Xing because of Mu Xiaoyue. However, the Good Path camp led by the Tiangang sect had lent a helping hand to Yi Xing. Yi Xing would undoubtedly stand on the side of the Good Path camp. Therefore, Venerable Wu Yu, Venerable Chunfeng, and Venerable Qinghong were all very happy. Yi Xing was actually more monstrous than Mu Xiaoyue. This was obviously a pleasant surprise. Yi Xing wins. He is the first in the Young Hero Assembly, and Mu Xiaoyue is second. The venerable judge announced the result. Yi Xing smiled faintly. His heart was filled with joy. Taking first place in the Young Hero Assembly was his goal, and he had finally accomplished it. This meant that his master Zi Shanho's severed limb could be healed. Mu Xiaoyue supported himself with his sword and slowly stood up. After a long time, he finally expelled the flaming fist energy from his body. Mu Xiaoyue's eyes were still as sharp as swords. He stared at Yi Xing and said, "Today was just an accident. In 3 months I will challenge you again. At that time, I will let you understand the difference between you and me." Yi Xing was in a very good mood. He boasted, "On the path of martial arts, I have always surpassed others. No one has ever surpassed me. Always surpassing others, no one has ever surpassed me." When the martial artists heard this, they were all startled. These words were really boastful. However, the martial artists took a deep look at Yi Xing. They found that Yi Xing was qualified to say these words. An 18-year-old one-star venerable, of course, had always surpassed others on the path of martial arts. If anyone could surpass him, then the first place in the Young Hero Assembly would not be Yi Xing. Even a peerless genius like Mu Xiaoyue had been surpassed by Yi Xing. Who among the younger generation of the true Xian domain could compare with him? Mu Xiaoyue was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he heard Yi Xing's words. He was very unwilling in his heart. It was only right that he should be the one to say something like that. Mu Xiaoyue imagined that if he won first place in the Young Hero Assembly and said, "I have always surpassed others. No one has ever surpassed me." How cool would that be? However, when Yi Xing said these words, Mu Xiaoyue only felt depressed. He coldly snorted and said, "Humph! No one has ever surpassed me? Just wait and see. I, Mu Xiaoyue, will be the first to surpass you." Yi Xing smiled indifferently and said, "I'll be waiting." After saying this, Yi Xing walked to the edge of the gladiator arena. The referee stopped Yi Xing from leaving and said, "Next, we will give out rewards to the top 10 geniuses of the Young Hero Assembly. The top 10 geniuses of the younger generation, please come up." Yang Gang, Mengji, Baitsang, Shui Yen, Nan Xinue, Du Feiyun, Shi Du, and the others walked over from the edge of the gladiator arena. The 7 people's gazes swept over Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue. Obviously, their gazes lingered on Yi Xing for a longer time. It was clear that the shock they felt towards Yi Xing was much greater than towards Mu Xiaoyue. Before the young hero assembly, who would have thought that Yi Xing would win first place? Even when Yi Xing had revealed his strength and entered the top 4, no one had thought so. However, the final result of Yi Xing had deeply shocked everyone. Soon, the rewards of the 9 sect alliances were distributed to the younger generation. Yi Xing had obtained the resurrection elixir as he had wished. Only 9 of the top 10 geniuses had come. The 4th place, Shi Wenxie, had not come. Although he had been crippled, his ranking had not been erased. He had been directly sent to the martial artists of the Earth Fiend sect. Chapter 390. Yi Xing's reward wasn't just the elixir of resurrection. There were also 2 Saint Spirit elixirs and a 1-star star energy elixir. They were all high-grade elixirs and were extremely valuable. Other than the elixirs, there were also 10,000 mid-grade star crystals. 10,000 mid-grade star crystals was definitely not a small sum. Many low-grade 1-star sects couldn't take out 10,000 mid-grade star crystals even if they used their entire sect's resources. Of course, to Yi Xing, 10,000 mid-grade star crystals weren't much. He had tens of thousands of mid-grade star crystals on him. He was considered rich among the mid-level enlightened masters. The star energy elixir was an elixir that could quickly recover one's astral energy, while the Saint Spirit elixir was an elixir that could increase one's cultivation. Yi Xing's cultivation was at the first level of the astral realm. 2 Saint Spirit elixirs were enough for Yi Xing to consolidate his cultivation and save him a month or 2 of hard work. With the reward in hand, Yi Xing was eager to return home. He only wanted to return to the Qingyun region and the Fallen Star Kingdom. He wanted to heal Zishan Ho's legs and rebuild the Fallen Star sect. He wanted to destroy the Fallen Star sect's enemies one by one. Yi Xing. Just as Yi Xing was about to leave, someone suddenly called out to him. Yi Xing turned around and saw Yang Gang, who was dressed in black, walking towards him. In the battle with Shi Wenxie, it was Master Wu Yu of the Heavenly Dipper sect who upheld justice. Yi Xing had a good impression of the Heavenly Dipper sect's martial artists. Yi Xing nodded towards Yang Gang. "Brother Yang, what's the matter?" Yang Gang walked in front of Yi Xing and said, "In today's world, martial arts is flourishing and geniuses are emerging in large numbers. Mu Xiaoyue alone is already shocking enough. I didn't expect you to be even more shocking than him. Yi Xing, congratulations on obtaining first place. You are also first on the Earth Profound ranking." Yi Xing smiled faintly. Yang Gang was originally first on the Earth Profound ranking. Now that he was pushed down to 3rd place by Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue, he didn't seem angry at all. Yi Xing knew that Yang Gang wouldn't stop him because of this little compliment, so he quietly looked at Yang Gang. As expected, Yang Gang quickly said, "My martial uncle wants to meet you. He invites you to the Heavenly Dipper Mansion." Although the 9 sects headquarters was in the 9 Heavens City, the 9 sects headquarters, the 9 sects headquarters. The 9 sects representatives in the 9 sects were the sects representatives in the 9 sects S. The 9 sects TSS. The SSS. Yi Xing looked at Yang Gang in confusion and asked, "Your martial uncle?" Yang Gang nodded and said, "It's Lord Wu Yu." Is. Yang Gang waved his hand, "Follow me." The 9 sects representatives were in the pavilion. Of course, Yang Gang wouldn't meet Yi Xing in the pavilion. Instead, he directly led Yi Xing to the Heavenly Dipper Mansion, which was the Heavenly Dipper sect's private territory. Under Yang Gang's lead, Yi Xing left the battle arena and headed to the Heavenly Dipper Mansion. With Yang Gang around, Yi Xing could naturally fly in the inner city. He directly rode the silver-winged devil eagle and traveled with Yang Gang. Before Yi Xing reached the heavenly Dipper mansion, he was stopped by a 6 stars enlightened master. Enlightened Master Gutai. Yang Gang nodded to the 6 stars enlightened master to show his respect. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Yi Xing. It's the White Bone Sect's elder. White Bone Sect. Yi Xing's eyes twitched. When he fought with Shi Wenxie, the Dried Bones enlightened master who supported Shi Wenxie was from the White Bone Sect. Yi Xing naturally didn't have a good impression of the White Bone Sect's people. However, Yi Xing couldn't afford to offend the White Bone Sect's elder. Since the Bone Sect's elder was right in front of him, Yi Xing still nodded and greeted, Enlightened Master Gutai. Enlightened Master Gutai waved his hand at Yang Gang and said, You go to the side first. I want to talk to Yi Xing. Yang Gang didn't leave and said, Enlightened Master Gutai, Yi Xing is going to the Heavenly Dipper Mansion on the orders of my martial uncle Wu Yu. Enlightened Master Gutai said, I know, I just want to talk to him. As soon as he finished speaking, Taoist Gutai disregarded Yang Gang and directly walked over to Yi Xing and said, Yi Xing, I'm an inner court elder of the Bone Sect, and I have an extraordinarily good thing for you. Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, Isn't the White Bone Sect the same as the Earth Fiend Sect, an evil sect? What good news do you have for me? Enlightened Master Gutai's expression was arrogant as he said, Yi Xing, you come from the Qingyun region's low-grade 1-star sect, the Falling Star Sect. The sect's best cultivation inheritance and martial art inheritance are only high-grade spirit grade. Even if your talent is heaven-defying, a high-grade spirit grade cultivation inheritance is your limit. In this aspect, you are far from being comparable to the Golden Sword Sect's Mu Shaoyue. The Golden Sword Sect has a top-grade spirit-grade cultivation inheritance. Mu Shaoyue can cultivate until he is a 9 stars enlightened master, or even a half-step venerable. If you were only a disciple of the Falling Star Sect, you would never be able to reach Mu Shaoyue's height in the future. However, you are in luck now. As long as you join the White Bone Sect, the White Bone Sect will provide you with a top-grade spirit-grade cultivation inheritance and martial art inheritance. Moreover, there will be a master who will accept you as a personal disciple and guide your cultivation. The White Bone Sect will see you as the sect's future and will do everything to nurture you. Whether it is now or in the future, you will be able to stand above Mu Shaoyue and never be surpassed by him. Tell me, isn't this great news for you? Yang Gang's face turned green. The White Bone Sect was so shameless as to block Yi Xing's path to the Heavenly Dipper Sect. Yi Xing was so outstanding that Yang Gang naturally understood why Master Wu Yu wanted to talk to Yi Xing. Of course, he wanted Yi Xing to join the Heavenly Dipper Sect. With Yi Xing's potential, under the Heavenly Dipper Sect's nurturing, he would definitely become one of the strongest in the True Xian region in the future. This would ensure that the Heavenly Dipper Sect would remain the #1 sect in the True Xian region for close to 200 years. The White Bone Sect naturally knew why Master Wu Yu wanted to talk to Yi Xing. That was why they had sent Sage Gutai to block him on the way. They wanted to poach Yi Xing from the Heavenly Dipper Sect first. Although the White Bone Sect's Master Withered Bone had supported Yi Xing when he had fought with Shi Wenxie, that was then and this was now. Now that Shi Wenxie had been crippled, Yi Xing's performance had exceeded the White Bone Sect's expectations. As one of the strongest sects in the True Xian region, the White Bone Sect was naturally able to let go of things. Before the Heavenly Dipper Sect, they had thrown out the best conditions to Yi Xing to let Yi Xing join the White Bone Sect. Yang Gang found Sage Gutai's actions to be extremely shameless. Just as he was about to say something, Yi Xing had already spoken. Yi Xing rejected Sage Gutai. This junior appreciates senior's good intentions. However, this junior is a disciple of the Falling Star Sect. I won't join another sect. Please forgive me, senior. Taoist Master Gutai chuckled and said, Yi Xing, People walk to higher places while water flows to lower places. As a martial artist, constantly advancing on the path of martial arts is the most important thing. You have exceptional talent, but the Falling Star sect is too small to accommodate you. Without a high-grade spiritual level cultivation inheritance, you can only become a 6-star venerable in the future. Furthermore, according to the information I received, the Falling Star sect has already been destroyed and no longer exists. If you join the White Bone sect, you won't be joining another sect. As long as you join the White Bone sect, you can state whatever conditions you want. Even if you want to avenge the Falling Star sect, it won't be a problem. The White Bone sect can easily destroy all of the Falling Star sect's enemies. Yi Xing raised his right hand. There was a middle-grade storage ring on his middle finger. It was the ring of the Falling Star sect's sect master. Yi Xing said, "This is the ring of the Falling Star sect's sect master. I am the current sect master of the Falling Star sect. As long as the Falling Star sect still exists, Senior, I will definitely not join the White Bone sect. Please don't waste your energy. I will avenge the Falling Star sect myself. I don't need to borrow the hands of others." You haven't even grown your hair yet. Sect master? Taoist Gutai's expression turned cold. However, he immediately reacted. With Yi Xing's current strength, he was more than qualified to be the sect master of a low-grade 1-star sect. Yang Gang didn't believe that Yi Xing wouldn't be tempted by a top-grade spirit-grade inheritance. In his opinion, the reason why Yi Xing rejected Taoist Gutai was because of Wu Yu's help. Therefore, Yi Xing chose the Tiangang sect in his heart. Yang Gang said, "Taoist Gutai, Yi Xing won't go to the White Bone sect. Save your energy. My martial uncle is still waiting for me and Yi Xing. If we don't arrive after a long time, my martial uncle will definitely come out to look for us. If he sees Taoist Gutai blocking us, then it won't be good." Taoist Gutai looked at Yi Xing's eyes again. Seeing the determination in Yi Xing's eyes, he could only sigh and leave. Yang Gang looked at Taoist Gutai's departing figure and said with a smile, "When you fought Shi Wenxie, the White Bone sect clearly supported him. Now they're asking you to join them. How shameless." Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "Let's go." Yi Xing didn't lack top-grade spirit-grade inheritances. In the Falling Star secret realm, he had obtained the Falling Star incantation. It was enough for him to reach the peak of the astral realm. A 2-star sect might be attractive to Yi Xing. After rebuilding the Falling Star sect, Yi Xing might join a 2-star sect in order to go further on the martial path. However, it was impossible for him to join a high-grade 1-star sect. Taoist Gutai said that a low-grade 1-star sect was too small to accommodate Yi Xing. In Yi Xing's opinion, a low-grade 1-star sect was also too small. In fact, even a 2-star sect was still too small for Yi Xing. Yi Xing was determined to reach the peak of the martial path. At the very least, he wanted to become a monarch. Only a 3-star sect was attractive to him. If a 3-star sect was recruiting disciples, he would definitely go and register after rebuilding the Falling Star sect. Whether it was the White Bone sect, the Big Dipper sect, or the 9 superior sects of the true mystic region, Yi Xing didn't consider them. Soon, Yi Xing arrived at the Big Dipper mansion. Under Yang Gang's lead, he saw Wu Yu in the guest hall. Wu Yu looked over 60 years old, but he was actually more than 130 years old. He wore a long black robe and his black hair was tied up on top of his head. He looked very spirited and had an indescribable might. After Yang Gang's introduction, Yi Xing bowed and said, "Junior Yi Xing greets Wu Yu. Thank you for upholding justice for me. Yi Xing will engrave this in his heart." Wu Yu stood up and walked over to Yi Xing. He carefully sized up Yi Xing, his eyes full of admiration. Chapter 391. Good. Your talent is monstrous, and your battle strength is heaven-defying. You are truly a young hero. Master Wu Yu patted Yi Xing's shoulder and praised. Yi Xing's expression remained the same as he said indifferently, Junior's achievements are still acceptable in the true Xian domain, but in the entire star continent, they are nothing. Master Wu Yu said, at such a young age, you broke through the astral realm and became a Taoist. Moreover, your battle strength is heaven-defying, and you won first place in the Young Hero Assembly. Haha. But you're not arrogant at all because of this. It seems like your mental state is much, much higher than martial artists of your generation. Master Wu Yu looked at Yi Xing with even more admiration. After a short pause, Master Wu Yu went straight to the point and asked Yi Xing, I heard that your sect no longer exists. Are you interested in joining the Heavenly Dipper sect? I am willing to accept you as my personal disciple and do my best to nurture you so that you can become the #1 person in the true Xian domain. On the side, Yang Gang's gaze was somewhat envious. Even he was only a 7th-level Star Dipper Realm Master of the Heavenly Dipper sect, who was also the sect master of the Heavenly Dipper sect. Master Wu Yu, on the other hand, was at the peak of 8th-level Star Dipper Realm. Among the 30 or so masters in the true Xian domain, he was ranked at the top and was the second person in the Heavenly Dipper sect. As for the #1 person in the Heavenly Dipper sect, he was already very old, more than 160 years old. He basically did not care about the affairs of the sect and did not accept disciples. In other words, once Yi Xing entered the Heavenly Dipper sect, he would be above Yang Gang and become the #1 person in the Heavenly Dipper sect, not in terms of strength, but in terms of status. The lifespan of a Taoist was much longer than that of a martial saint. It was 200 years. Therefore, after a martial artist became a Taoist, the prime time for cultivation would be extended. Before reaching the astral realm, the prime time for cultivation would be 25 years old. For astral realm Taoists, the prime time for cultivation would be 35 years old. If one became an astral-reaching venerable, their lifespan would be 300 years. The prime time for cultivation would be even longer, close to 50 years. 99% of the time when a martial artist's cultivation increased was during the golden period of cultivation. Once they exceeded the golden period, their potential would be exhausted and it would be very difficult for their cultivation to increase again. In the future, after a long period of accumulation, it would be very good if they could increase their cultivation by 1 or 2 realms. There were also martial artists who didn't perform well during the golden age of cultivation, but when they got older, they would have a sudden epiphany and their cultivation would soar. However, this kind of late bloomer situation was extremely rare and could only be considered a special case. It was precisely because it was difficult for martial artists to increase their cultivation after the golden period of cultivation. Therefore, the cultivation of the elders of the various large sects was not much higher than the cultivation of the younger disciples who were about to finish their apprenticeship during the golden period. In fact, some of the outstanding disciples had already surpassed some of the elders during the golden period. Before the age of 35, it was the golden age for enlightened masters to cultivate. Therefore, enlightened masters' disciples finished their apprenticeship at an older age than martial saints' disciples. Yang Gang was the one with the highest cultivation among the Tiangang sect's disciples under the age of 25. However, he wasn't the one with the highest cultivation among all the disciples. Some disciples over the age of 30 with outstanding talent were already at the 5th or 6th level of the Star Dipper realm. However, regardless of whether they were at the 5th or 6th level of the Star Dipper realm, their masters couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as Wu Yu. Therefore, if Yi Xing was accepted as a personal disciple by Wu Yu, his position would definitely be the highest among the Tiangang sect's disciples. Even Yang Gang, who was the sect master's personal disciple, couldn't compare. However, to Yang Gang's surprise, Yi Xing rejected Wu Yu just like how he rejected enlightened Master Gutai. Yi Xing showed the sect master's ring in his hand and said, "Thank you for your appreciation, master. However, as the sect master of the Falling Star sect, this junior only wants to rebuild the Falling Star sect. I won't change my allegiance to any sect in the True Xian region. Please forgive me, master." Yang Gang was surprised, and so was Wu Yu. He, Master Wu Yu, was in existence ranked 7th on the heavenly profound ranking. With a stomp of his foot, the entire martial world of the True Xian domain would move. How many people wanted to become his disciple? However, ever since Wu Yu nurtured a 7th-level Star Dipper Realm Master for the Tiangang sect 40 years ago, he hadn't accepted any other disciples because there wasn't any disciple that caught his eye. Today, he invited Yi Xing to meet face-to-face and was willing to accept Yi Xing as his disciple. However, Yi Xing refused? Wu Yu originally thought that Yi Xing would definitely agree after he said so. As a martial artist, who didn't want to enter a stronger sect and learn more advanced martial arts and inheritances. Moreover, the Falling Star sect had already been destroyed. In Wu Yu's opinion, this was the best time for Yi Xing to enter the Tiangang sect. Therefore, he didn't expect Yi Xing to refuse. However, Yi Xing refused, which made Wu Yu a little dazed and his old face a little hot. Wu Yu stared blankly at Yi Xing. After a few breaths, he said, "Are you sure? If you don't have a cultivation inheritance, even if your talent is high, your martial arts achievements will be limited." Yi Xing nodded and said, "I'm sure. I appreciate Master's kindness. I will remember Master's kindness and will repay it in the future. However, I have no intention of joining any sect in the True Xian region." Yang Gang stared blankly at Yi Xing from the side like a statue. When Yi Xing said this to Taoist Gutai, Yang Gang thought it was just an excuse. However, Yi Xing had refused Wu Yu twice in a row. He finally understood that Yi Xing was speaking the truth from the bottom of his heart. "Martial uncle." Yang Gang immediately transmitted a message to Wu Yu, explaining Yi Xing's refusal of Taoist Gutai. Wu Yu knew that Yi Xing had also refused the White Bone sect's invitation. After confirming that Yi Xing would not leave the Falling Star sect, he sighed. Wu Yu said, "Yi Xing, even if you don't join the Big Dipper sect, I will still treat you as a friend. If you have any difficulties in the True Xian region, you can come to me. The Big Dipper sect will settle it for you. However, you are not a disciple of my Big Dipper sect. My sect's supreme grade spiritual inheritance cannot be imparted to you. Any sect relied on the inheritance of cultivation techniques as its foundation. Without the inheritance, one's cultivation would not be able to increase. It was the most important thing for the sect. If one was not a core member of the sect, they would not have the opportunity to learn the highest level inheritance. Moreover, even the core members would have to swear an oath to not impart the highest level inheritance to outsiders. If Yi Xing did not join the Big Dipper sect, no matter how much Wu Yu valued Yi Xing, he would not impart the highest level inheritance of the Big Dipper sect to Yi Xing. As Wu Yu spoke, he took out a secret manual and gave it to Yi Xing. He said, "I can't impart the inheritance to you. However, I can teach you martial arts. I saw that the spear technique you used at the Hero Assembly was a middle-grade spiritual martial art. This is the Flaming Sun Spear technique, an upper-grade spiritual martial art. I'll give it to you as a gift." Chapter 392. Thank you, Master. Yi Xing did not decline Master Wu Yu's goodwill and accepted the Flaming Sun Spear art manual. Yi Xing kept the manual in his storage ring and said, "When I leave the True Xian region in the future, if I have any achievements, I will repay the Tiangang sect tenfold." Master Wu Yu chuckled and nodded at Yi Xing. "Haha. Let's talk about the future in the future. Yi Xing, are you preparing to return to the Qingyun region?" Yi Xing nodded and said, "Yes. My master's legs are crippled. I came to the Nine Heavens City to participate in the Young Hero Assembly for the Resurrection Elixir. Now that I have the Resurrection Elixir, I will return as soon as possible to heal my master's legs. Also, I want to rebuild the Falling Star sect and settle accounts with some people." Master Wu Yu's smile disappeared and his expression became serious. He said, "Yi Xing, since you want to rebuild the Falling Star sect, I have a piece of information that should be useful to you." Yi Xing saw Master Wu Yu's expression and his heart tightened. He said, "Please speak, Master." Master Wu Yu said, "Tomorrow, there will be an auction at the White Bones auction house. A slave will be auctioned at the auction." Yi Xing's breathing quickened slightly. From the change in Master Wu Yu's expression, he could tell that the slave being auctioned was related to him. Master Wu Yu paused and continued, "The slave being auctioned is a disciple of the Falling Star sect. I heard that she is extremely beautiful. Because she is a virgin, she was auctioned." Yi Xing clenched his fists tightly and said, "What is her name? Who put her up for auction at the White Bones auction house?" Master Wu Yu said, "Her name is Lin Tongyu. The Sun Moon sect first went to the Tiangang auction house, but our sect does not auction slave. Therefore, they went to the White Bones auction house. The White Bones sect is an evil sect. No matter what kind of business it is, it does not refuse." Even though Yi Xing tried his best to control himself and keep his mind calm, flames of anger still jumped in his eyes. When the Falling Star sect was destroyed, he had always thought that Lin Tongyu had died. He had never thought that she was still alive. However, she had been taken as a slave by the Sun Moon sect and sold off in the Nine Heavens City. Sun Moon sect. Yi Xing gnashed his teeth as a terrifying killing intent erupted from his heart. The Sun Moon sect was behind the destruction of the Falling Star sect. Now, the Sun Moon sect was even auctioning off Lin Tongyu as a slave. This completely touched Yi Xing's reverse scale. Sun Moon sect. I will raze you to the ground and erase your name from this world. Yi Xing swore in his heart. Wu Yu felt the killing intent in Yi Xing's heart and thought that Yi Xing was targeting the White Bones auction house. "Yi Xing, don't get too excited. Since the White Bones auction house has decided to auction tomorrow, Lin Tongyu will definitely be fine. The White Bones auction house is the property of the White Bones sect. If you can't get her back directly, why don't you participate in the auction tomorrow and bid for her back? You have 10,000 mid-grade star crystals, which should be enough to get her back. If someone competes with you, just bid. No matter how many star crystals you need, this old man will help you gather them. Perhaps you should pay attention to some other people now. The slaves that the Sun Moon sect brought to the Nine Heavens City today are not just Lin Tongyu alone. There are also many cultivators from the Falling Star sect. They have no value to be auctioned off. They should be branded as slaves tonight and sold off in the slave market. It's not too late for you to stop them. The Sun Moon sect's stronghold in the Nine Heavens City only has 4 stars venerable. I will send someone to deal with him. As for the rest, you should be able to deal with them with your strength." Yi Xing cupped his fists and bowed to esteemed Master Wu Yu. He said, "Many thanks, esteemed Master Wu Yu. You telling me all this is more precious than giving me 10 books of the Flaming Sun Spear art. Although this junior's strength is weak now, this junior still has to say that from today onwards, the matters of the Heavenly Dipper sect are my, Yi Xing's, matters." Esteemed Master Wu Yu nodded and waved his hand. "Go quickly. It's getting late. If you're late, they will reach the slave market. The slave market is under the protection of a few great sections. Once they reach there, it won't be easy for you to make a move." After speaking, esteemed Master Wu Yu glanced at Yang Gang and said, "Send Yi Xing out of the inner city." "Yes, martial uncle." Yang Gang first nodded to Wu Yu, then waved his hand at Yi Xing and said, "Yi Xing, follow me." Yi Xing and Yang Gang left the Heavenly Dipper Mansion. They directly rode the silver-winged demonic eagle and flew through the inner city, heading straight for the East City. After Yi Xing and Yang Gang left the Heavenly Dipper Mansion, esteemed Master Wu Yu also disappeared in a flash. With the status of the Heavenly Dipper sect, it wasn't suitable for them to participate in the battle between Yi Xing and the Sun Moon sect. Otherwise, they would definitely be criticized by the cultivators of the other two camps. Therefore, dealing with the 4-star sage of the Sun Moon sect should be done cleanly. Esteemed Master Wu Yu personally taking action could be considered a great help to Yi Xing. In esteemed Master Wu Yu's opinion, Yi Xing was worth helping. He was optimistic about Yi Xing's future. After leaving the inner city, Yang Gang bid farewell. Yi Xing was going to the Sun Moon sect's stronghold. There would definitely be a bloody battle. As a disciple of the Heavenly Dipper sect, Yang Gang couldn't get involved. The Sun Moon sect sold the cultivators of the Fallen Star sect as slaves. If Yi Xing went to save them, no one would say anything even if he killed all the cultivators of the Sun Moon sect. However, if Yang Gang was involved, people would definitely say that the Heavenly Dipper sect was killing the cultivators of the sects in the remote areas for no reason. This would definitely cause the dissatisfaction of the lower and middle 1-star sects in the entire True Xian region. In the True Xian region, although the Heavenly Dipper sect was one of the strongest sects, it wasn't the ruler of the True Xian region. Without sufficient reason, it couldn't casually slaughter the cultivators of other sections. Among the sects in the Qingyun region, the 4 north sects all had properties in the 9 Heavens City. The stronghold of the Sun Moon sect was more lively today. The Fallen Star sect was destroyed. Some of their disciples were killed, while others were captured alive. The East supporting sect handed over the captured disciples to the Sun Moon sect. As for the Sun Moon sect, they took the disciples of the Fallen Star sect as slaves and transported them to the 9 Heavens City to be sold. Those who were captured alive were the elites of the Fallen Star sect. They were all in the Star Vortex realm, and there were about 200 of them. With so many people, they could only take beast carriages to the 9 Heavens City. After traveling for almost 3 months, they finally arrived at the 9 Heavens City today. The stronghold of the Sun Moon sect in the 9 Heavens City was guarded by 1 4-star sage, 2 2-star sage, and 2 1-star sage. This time, the Sun Moon sect sent 1 3-star sage, 2 1-star sage, and dozens of marquee realm deacons to escort the hundreds of slaves. After the Young Hero Assembly, Qi Zhua and Yin Xiushui brought the Yin Yang Young Master, Yang Ming, Great Sun Young Master, Yang Gan, and other elite disciples back to the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect. In other words, the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect now had 1 4-star sage, 3 3-star sage, 2 2-star sage, and 4 1-star sage. There was a total of 10 astral realm sages. When Qi Zhua and Yin Xiushui saw that Yi Xing's performance was too monstrous, they originally planned to kill Yi Xing on the street after he left the inner city to prevent future troubles. However, after the Young Hero Assembly ended, Yi Xing was brought to the Sky Star Mansion by Yang Gang of the Sky Star sect. Naturally, Qi Zhua and Yin Xiushui couldn't kill him. In fact, even if Yi Xing didn't go to the Sky Star Mansion, the two of them wouldn't dare to kill Yi Xing. When the two of them planned to kill Yi Xing was only a half-step sage. However, Yi Xing had already broken through the astral realm and became a sage. His battle strength was so strong that even 3-star sage wouldn't be a match for him. After seeing the battle between Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue, Qi Zhua and Yin Xiushui knew that they weren't a match for Yi Xing. How would they dare to kill Yi Xing? The only thing they could do now was to transfer their hope of killing Yi Xing to the 4-star sage, Gu Feiyang, who was guarding the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect in the 9 Heavens City. Gu Feiyang sat in the main seat and listened to Qi Zhua and Yin Xiushui's report with a gloomy face. The Sun Moon sect had provoked a powerful enemy with such terrifying potential. This was definitely a matter of life and death for the sect. The Sun-Moon sect had incited the destruction of the Falling Star sect. Now, the Sun-Moon sect was selling the disciples of the Falling Star sect as slaves. The hatred between them and Yi Xing was irreconcilable. Since it was impossible to make peace with Yi Xing, there was only one way. That was to kill Yi Xing while he was still unable to threaten the survival of the Sun-Moon sect. Gu Feiyang nodded at the two and said, "This little bastard is growing so fast. There are still more than 10 years before his golden age. He will definitely become a huge problem for the sect in the future." Elder Qi, Elder Yin, you are right. We can't let this little bastard live. This time, I will personally take action and make him unable to return to the Clear Sky region. Qi Zhuo said, "Elder Gu, I have already sent people to keep watch outside the inner city. As long as that little bastard leaves the inner city, we will be able to grasp his whereabouts." Gu Feiyang said, "He is the champion of the Young Hero Assembly. Tiangang sect's Wu Yu is supporting him from behind. It is not appropriate to take action in Nine Heavens City. Keep watch. When he leaves Nine Heavens City, I will kill him on his way back to the Clear Sky region." Compared to the Sun-Moon sect, the Heavenly Dipper sect was a colossus. Since Yi Xing had been invited to the Heavenly Dipper mansion by the Heavenly Dipper sect, Gu Feiyang wouldn't dare to make a move on Yi Xing in the Nine Heavens City. If the genius that Tiangang sect thought highly of was killed in the middle of a busy city in the blink of an eye, it would be disrespectful to Tiangang sect. Although Tiangang sect could not casually slaughter the cultivators of other sects, in the martial world, the strong were respected. If the weak were to offend them, they would be killed. Qi Zhuo nodded and said, "Elder Gu, don't worry. That little bastard's every move will not escape my eyes." Gu Feiyang nodded and looked at the other 3-star sage, Lu Anping. "It's getting late. Elder Lu, move the slaves of Falling Star sect to the slave market. We will put them up for sale tonight. Elder Qi, Elder Yin, the two of you should go as well. Otherwise, that little bastard will snatch the slaves on the street after he hears the news. I alone will be enough to guard this place. If that little bastard dares to take action, the three of you can work together. Even if you can't kill him, you can still trap him. When I arrive, I will definitely take his life." In Nine Heavens City, Sun-Moon sect had to give face to Tiangang sect and could not take the initiative to attack Yi Xing. However, if Yi Xing took the initiative to attack, Sun-Moon sect could justifiably kill Yi Xing. Chapter 393. Qi Zhuo, Yin Qiushui, and Lu Anping left the main hall and brought people to the prison to escort the disciples of the Falling Star sect to the slave market. Gu Feiyang stood up and headed to the backyard of the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold. As the only mid-level true master guarding the stronghold, Gu Feiyang's residence was naturally the most central mansion in the backyard of the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold. Outside the mansion, there were Star Vortex Realm martial artists guarding it. Gu Feiyang entered the mansion and walked into a quiet courtyard. This was where he cultivated. No one else was allowed to enter without his permission. Gu Feiyang stopped in the courtyard and prepared to cultivate. However, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Many leaves fell from a tree beside the courtyard and danced in the wind. The wind blew the leaves down. It looked normal, but Gu Feiyang felt a trace of killing intent. Whoosh! By the time Gu Feiyang sensed the killing intent, it was already too late. A leaf suddenly flashed and shot towards Gu Feiyang. This ordinary-looking leaf was like a divine weapon at this moment, piercing through the void at an astonishing speed. Gu Feiyang had no way of blocking it or dodging it. Gu Feiyang was shocked. It was just a leaf, but he felt the threat of death. The person who attacked him was definitely a terrifying expert who was much stronger than him. Since he could not use a weapon to block the attack, Gu Feiyang could only use his astral energy to form a defensive shield to protect his body. At the same time, he prepared to retreat. Puff! However, He had just bent his knees and was about to retreat when a crisp sound rang out. The leaf cut through Gu Feiyang's defensive shield, as if it was cutting through the air. It instantly hit Gu Feiyang's forehead. The leaf was extremely sharp. It pierced through Gu Feiyang's skull and came out from the back of his head, leaving only a line of blood behind. Whoosh! A figure flashed past Gu Feiyang and caught up with the blood-stained leaf. In the blink of an eye, the blurry figure disappeared. The blood-stained leaf was shattered into pieces and scattered with the wind, leaving no trace behind. Gu Feiyang's expression froze in fear. Blood flowed out from the wound on his forehead. His body fell backward and fell to the ground. He did not move anymore. A 4-star true master was killed in an instant. He did not even have the chance to make a sound. There were no other martial artists from the Sun Moon sect in the quiet courtyard. At this moment, none of the martial artists in the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect would think that Elder Gu Feiyang, who was in the 4th stage of the Star Realm, had already died. Without Gu Feiyang's permission, no one dared to enter the courtyard. No one would know that Gu Feiyang was already dead, for a short while. Qi Zhuo, Yin Xiushui, and Lu Anping commanded the Sun Moon sect martial practitioners to bring the Falling Star sect disciples out of the prison. Lu Anping waved his hand and said, "Put them all on the beast carriages and head to the slave market. Stamp them all and sell them." Lu Anping's voice was very excited. Although the disciples of the Falling Star sect couldn't be sold for a very high price, there were a lot of them. Even if they were sold for 100 mid-grade star crystals each, they would still be worth close to 20,000 mid-grade star crystals. Soon, the Falling Star sect's disciples were loaded into the beast carriages. Other than the 5 true masters who were guarding the stronghold, Qi Zhuo, Yin Xiushui, Lu Anping, and the 2 1-star true masters who were escorting the Falling Star sect's disciples to Nine Heaven City with Lu Anping were gathered together. Under Lu Anping's order, the 5 true masters led the Sun Moon sect's martial artists and escorted a few beast carriages out of the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect. Before he left, an 8-star martial saint hurriedly ran in from outside and shouted, Elder Yixing, he left the inner city and came here." When the martial warriors heard this, they were all startled. Following which, Qi Zhuo and the other spiritual masters all revealed cold smiles. It seemed like Yixing heard that the Falling Star sect's disciples were going to be sold as slaves. Therefore, he came here to save them. If Yixing dared to barge into the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect, wouldn't it give the Sun Moon sect a reason to kill Yixing on the spot? The corner of Qi Zhuo's mouth curled up as he called out to the Yin Yang young master, "Yang Ming, quickly go and get Elder Gu. We will trap this little bastard here. Since he wants to die, we will fulfill his wish. We must not let him escape." Bang! The Yin Yang young master answered, and was about to go and get Gu Feiyang when he was attracted by a loud explosion. He looked in the direction of the sound. In the direction of the gate, the entire wall collapsed in an instant with a loud explosion, and dust filled the air. Soon after, a young man walked in with a black spear in his hand. He pointed it at the sky. Behind the young man was a huge demonic bird with silver wings. It was the silver-winged demonic eagle. The young man in front of the silver-winged demonic eagle was Yixing. The martial artists of the Sun Moon sect narrowed their eyes. They didn't expect that Yixing would arrive so soon after the news of his arrival had reached them. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. Yixing came quickly. He rode the silver-winged demonic eagle and went straight to the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect. The martial artists who were monitoring him couldn't keep up with his speed. If they didn't have another way to send the news, Yixing would have arrived before the news reached them. Once he reached the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect, Yixing destroyed the signboard of the Sun Moon sect, including the door and the wall. The stronghold of the Sun Moon sect was built in the east of Nine Heaven City. It was a bustling place where martial artists came and went. Even though the Sun-Moon sect had purposely chosen a quiet place as their stronghold, it wasn't far from the bustling city. The commotion caused by Yi Xing's spear attracted the martial artists nearby. Although the Sun-Moon sect wasn't ranked high in the Truxian region, it was still a one-star sect. It was an existence that dominated the region and had a good reputation. Today, someone actually came to their doorstep and destroyed the signboard of the Sun-Moon sect. The intruder definitely had a deep hatred for the Sun-Moon sect. This matter wouldn't end well. Therefore, when the stronghold of the Sun-Moon sect was attacked, the martial artists nearby all ran over to watch the show from afar. Moreover, the news spread quickly in Nine Heavens City. That's Yi Xing, the champion of this year's Young Hero competition, the #1 genius of the younger generation in the region. Someone went to the inner city to watch the Young Hero competition and recognized Yi Xing from afar. The new #1 on the Earth Profound ranking? What kind of deep hatred does he have with the Sun-Moon sect? He actually destroyed their signboard and barged in. This is a situation where they won't rest until one of them is dead. The Sun-Moon sect is from the Green Cloud region. Yi Xing is also from the Green Cloud region. He seems to be from the Fallen Star sect. I understand now. There is indeed a deep hatred between them. There will be a good show today. Oh, what's going on? Something big happened in the Green Cloud region a few months ago. A sect called the Fallen Star sect was destroyed. Today, the Sun-Moon sect transported a batch of slaves. I heard that they are all disciples of the Fallen Star sect. Hiss! Revenge for the destruction of a sect. No wonder Yi Xing was so furious, and smashed down the main gate of the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold without saying a word. Yi Xing is a peerless genius that only appears once every few thousand years in this region. He's the #1 figure among the younger generation. The Sun-Moon sect actually has such a deep grudge against him. The Sun-Moon sect is finished? I don't think so. The stronghold of the Sun-Moon sect is guarded by a 4-star sage. I heard that in this year's Young Genius competition, the most powerful person didn't have the combat power of a 4-star sage, right? That's right. Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue are both 3-star sages with the highest combat power. They can't be compared to a 4-star sage. After all, a 4-star sage is already a middle sage. That's right. Yi Xing killed his way into the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold. No matter how talented he is, no matter how great his potential is, it's useless. Today, it will be a battle of life and death. What matters is his current strength. He is too impulsive. If I had his talent, I would definitely hide and cultivate. When I have enough confidence, I will come out and seek revenge on the Sun-Moon sect. Yi Xing is indeed not a match for a 4-star sage. It is indeed impulsive of him to barge into the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold. The martial artists gathered in the distance and discussed with each other. Soon, they understood the whole story. They all thought that Yi Xing's actions were too impulsive. He had just won the Young Hero competition and became the #1 genius of the younger generation in the Truxian region. His future potential was limitless. It would be a pity if he died fighting with his enemy now. After Yi Xing entered the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold, his gaze swept across the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect and landed on the few beast carriages at the back. The beast carriages were not enclosed spaces. Instead, they were iron cages. The disciples of the Falling Star sect were locked in the iron cages and could be seen from the outside. Yi Xing's eyes suddenly burst into flames. Although he was not very familiar with the disciples of the Falling Star sect, he had basically seen them before. Yi Xing had a photographic memory and had a deep impression of them. Regardless of whether their personal relationship was good or not, just the fact that they were fellow disciples and were caged like wild beasts made Yi Xing feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, the clothes of the disciples of the Falling Star sect were tattered, their hair was disheveled, and there were many wounds on their bodies. It was obvious that they had been tortured and abused. This made Yi Xing even more furious. Moreover, as the sect leader of the Falling Star sect, Yi Xing could not stand seeing the disciples of the Falling Star sect being treated in such a manner. Even though Yi Xing's mind was calm and he was able to restrain the wild rage in his heart, he couldn't restrain that terrifying killing intent. Yi Xing tightened his grip on the Black Dragon spear. He pointed the Black Dragon spear at the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect and coldly said, "All of you must die." As Yi Xing spoke, he waved his hand. His voice was cold and emotionless, his killing intent seething. "Silver Demon, kill them all. Leave no one alive." The silver-winged demon condor let out an excited cry. As a monster bird, its nature was fierce and savage. If Yi Xing ordered a slaughter, that was exactly what the silver-winged demon condor wanted. With a sharp cry, the silver-winged demon condor flapped its wings and rushed forwards, leaving behind a silver light in its wake. In that instant, 2 Sun Moon sect martial artists were swept up by the silver-winged demon condor's astral wings. They were instantly cut in half, dying on the spot. Chapter 394. Fourth Update of May. Elder Lu, you go deal with this beast. Elder Yin and I will hold off Yi Xing Yangming. Go get Elder Gu. Qizhua yelled. They were all 3 stars enlightened masters, but his position was above Lu Anping and Yin Qiushui. Usually, they were on equal footing, but when it came to a battle, he was the leader. Beast! Lu Anping roared and took out an upper-grade spirit saber and pounced at the silver-winged demonic condor. Upper-grade spirit martial art, flame saber technique. The upper-grade spirit saber exploded with hot flames as Lu Anping slashed down. The 3 stars enlightened master's strength was completely unleashed. The silver-winged demonic condor let out a sharp screech. Facing Lu Anping's flaming saber, it was fearless. The silver wings slashed horizontally as demonic aura gathered. Like 2 silver blades, it slashed across the void and collided with Lu Anping's flaming saber. Boom! With a loud explosion, the flaming saber dissipated. Lu Anping's body shook as he retreated dozens of meters, revealing a trace of shock. Lu Anping's cultivation was at the late 3rd level of the astral realm. His strength was considered above average among the 3 stars enlightened masters, but he was at a disadvantage as soon as he exchanged blows with the silver-winged demonic condor. From this, it could be seen that the silver-winged demonic condor's strength was at the peak of the 3 stars enlightened masters. The silver-winged demonic condor's speed was very fast. Taking advantage of Lu Anping's retreat, it rushed to the side like a silver light. In the blink of an eye, another Sun Moon sect martial artist was killed. Beast, don't run. Let's fight first. Seeing this, Lu Anping roared and attacked the silver-winged demonic condor again. However, the silver-winged demonic condor's speed was much faster than Lu Anping's. Furthermore, it knew that Lu Anping's strength was not bad, and it would be difficult to kill him in a short period of time. The silver-winged demonic condor did not tangle with Lu Anping. Instead, it used its extreme speed to push Lu Anping back and pounced on the other Sun Moon sect martial practitioners. Wherever the silver light passed, there would definitely be Sun Moon sect martial practitioners who would fall. When the 2 one-star spiritual masters saw this, they also attacked the silver-winged demonic condor at the same time. Together with Lu Anping, they barely managed to hold the silver-winged demonic condor back, preventing it from harming the others. The silver-winged devil condor had been stopped, and Yin Qiushui had already circled behind Yi Xing. Together with Qizhua, they surrounded Yi Xing to prevent Yi Xing from escaping. Qizhua coldly stared at Yi Xing and said in a sinister voice, "Yi Xing, I really didn't expect that your cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds in just 3 months, breaking through the astral realm and becoming an enlightened being. Moreover, your battle prowess is heaven-defying, reaching the peak level of a 3-star sage." This has indeed exceeded my expectations. If I had known earlier, I would not have given you any chance to escape that day. I would have personally attacked and killed you first. However, you managed to escape that day, and that was the regret in my heart. Now, that regret no longer exists. Today, you dared to barge into the Sun-Moon Sect's stronghold. You're seeking your own death. Today, I will not give you any chance to escape. You won't be able to escape even if you have wings. You will die without a doubt. As he spoke, Chijwa raised his hand and a spirit bow appeared. It shone brilliantly, a high-grade spirit weapon. Chijwa cultivated the Tao of archery. Although his skill was not all that exquisite, his cultivation was high. Few enlightened beings of the same level could match him. Yin also took out a high-grade spirit weapon. It was a black sword that exuded a sinister aura. Whoosh! Surrounded by 2 3-star sages, Yi Xing immediately used his astrology. A beam of starlight shot out from between his brows and turned into a giant flaming star. Yi Xing had not come for a duel, but for a massacre. Apart from the black hole astrology and Sagittarius astrology that he could not reveal, Yi Xing did not hide his strength at all. While using his astrology, Yi Xing also activated his superbrain to scan. A pair of black wings sprouted from his back. In order to increase his speed to the maximum, Yi Xing even used his black wings. When Chijwa and Yin saw Yi Xing use his astrology, 2 beams of starlight shot out from between their brows. Chijwa's astrology was the flame astrology, while Yin was the black water astrology. Kill! Chijwa shouted and immediately shot an arrow at Yi Xing's throat. He knew Yi Xing's strength. It would be difficult for him and Yin to kill him. They could only stall for time until Gu Feiyang, a 4-star enlightened being, arrived. Even so, they had to make the first move. The arrow left the bowstring and released a dazzling radiance that contained terrifying destructive power. It was as fast as a flash of light and arrived in front of Yi Xing in an instant. Whoosh! However, Yi Xing's speed was even faster than an arrow leaving the bow. He took a step forward and disappeared in a flash. Chijwa had already expected Yi Xing's speed to be extremely fast. The arrow suddenly changed direction in midair and continued to shoot towards Yi Xing. Whoosh! 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 Yi Xing knew the changes in the arrow like the back of his hand. In the blink of an eye, the arrow changed direction 3 times. Chijwa's arrow changed direction 3 times and lost its momentum. It was unable to change direction again. With a whoosh, it shot into the wall far away. With Chijwa's 3 changes of heart, it was rare for him to miss when he killed a beginner enlightened being. However, Yi Xing's speed was too fast. With the super brain scanning, he knew the arrow's trajectory clearly. He was the archer's nemesis. If Yi Xing focused on dodging, Chijwa would not be able to touch his clothes even if he had Chijwa's 4 changes of heart. Gentle water sword. Chijwa was not the only opponent for Yi Xing. As soon as he dodged Chijwa's arrow, before he could counterattack, Yin shouted coldly and waved the spiritual weapon in his hand. A black sword aura exploded and attacked Yi Xing. The black water sword technique was an upper-class spiritual martial art. The gentle water sword was the ultimate move of the black water sword technique. Although the sword style was soft, it was like water ripples. The power came wave after wave and the momentum was long. If Yi Xing took this attack, he would be in a situation where he competed with Yin Qiushui's astral strength. As a 3 stars enlightened being, Yin Qiushui's only advantage in front of Yi Xing was his astral strength. Moreover, Yi Xing was competing with Yin Qiushui's astral strength. Naturally, he would not be able to move. Now that Chijwa shot out another arrow, Yi Xing would become a dead target no matter how fast he was. In one breath, Yi Xing changed his direction several times. In Yin Qiushui's view, Yi Xing had used up all his astral energy. There was no way he could dodge his gentle water sword. Just as Yin Qiushui expected, Yi Xing did not dodge. Dark Spirit Spear. Yi Xing shouted and used the ultimate move of the Dark Spirit Spear technique. Like a needle against an awl, he stabbed at Yin Qiushui. Yi Xing scanned with his super brain and knew exactly where the momentum of Yin Qiushui's attack was. Of course, he would not waste time with the latter. Instead, he used his strongest attack. I don't care how long your momentum is. I'll use my full strength to push you back. No matter how strong your momentum is, you won't be able to use it. Yi Xing's Dark Spirit Spear art had already reached the transformative realm. A casual strike from him was already a move that had reached the acme of perfection. Not to mention the fact that he had intentionally used his strongest killing move. The power of the grand momentum and the power of the celestial body were all infused into his spear. Boom! The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. With a loud explosion, a violent air current exploded and a terrifying shockwave erupted. Yin Qiushui cried out in alarm and spat out blood. The spiritual weapon in his hand was hit by the terrifying power. It bent into a semicircle and then straightened again. Whoosh! Yin Qiushui's body shot backward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Seeing him spit out blood, he was injured. In the distance, the spectating warriors all drew in a cold breath. Yi Xing had actually managed to injure one of the 3-star venerables in a single exchange of blows despite being besieged by 2 of them. His strength was astounding. Compared to his performance at the Young Hero Assembly, Yi Xing's current performance was even more terrifying. After all, during the Young Hero Assembly, Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue had only fought to determine victory and defeat. Even when facing Shiwenxie, it had not reached the stage of life and death. But now it was a real vendetta in the Jianghu. It was either you die or I live. Yi Xing naturally had no scruples when he attacked. He could truly unleash his strongest attack without worrying about his opponent's life or death. If he could kill the enemy with a single strike, then everything would be fine. Under such circumstances, not only would he be able to unleash his strongest attack, he would even be able to unleash his full potential in an emergency, unleashing a terrifying battle prowess that was usually difficult to achieve. Seeing Yi Xing send Yin Qiushui flying with one spear, Qijue's eyes were filled with shock. Yi Xing was harder to deal with than he had imagined. However, his eyes were filled with a deathly still killing intent as he coldly shouted, "Withering flame arrow! Die for me!" Taking advantage of the momentary pause caused by the clash between Yi Xing and Yin Qiushui, Qijue launched a fatal blow at Yi Xing, unleashing his most powerful arrow. The Withering Flame Arrow was the ultimate move of the high-grade spirit-level archery art, Flame Extinguishing Arrow. When the arrow was shot, it carried the flame of death that could cause all living things to wither away. Its lethality was extremely terrifying. If an enlightened master of the same realm faced this arrow, unless he could dodge it with his speed, he would most likely die. At this moment, Yi Xing was hit by the power of Yin Qiushui's sword. His body paused for a moment, and in this moment, the arrow that carried the flame of death was already behind Yi Xing. Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. Yi Xing instantly turned around, clenched his left hand into a fist, and unleashed the ultimate move of the Flame Dipper Fist. He punched out, accompanied by a fire dragon and a fire tiger. The tiger's roar shook the heavens, and the dragon's cry was ear-piercing. The fire dragon and tiger merged into the aura of the fist, and in addition to the power of fire from the flame constellation, the grand momentum of fire from the refinement realm, and even the stellar fire seed in his body were activated by Yi Xing. A ball of stellar fire erupted and merged into the aura of the fist. Boom! Yi Xing's speed was so fast that the arrow was hit squarely by his fist. Qijue's eyes narrowed. He was well aware of the terrifying lethality of the Withering Flame Arrow. As long as he didn't dodge, Adept 3-star wouldn't be able to take it head-on. If he took this arrow head-on, he would either die or be injured. He hoped that Yi Xing would be seriously injured by this arrow. That way, he and Yin would have a chance to kill Yi Xing without waiting for Gu Feiyang to make a move. Chapter 395. Fifth update of Mei Yi Xing's Flaming Dipper Fist was even more terrifying than the Dark Spirit Spear art. How heaven-defying was this move, Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. It was absolutely invincible among beginner-level perfected persons. No one could block his punch. Amidst the explosion, a violent air current surged in all directions. The arrow was blown away by Yi Xing's punch. However, amidst the sparks, there was a faint layer of translucent flame. When Yi Xing's fist collided with the arrow, Yi Xing's blazing flame glove was attached to Yi Xing's blazing flame glove. Then, this faint layer of translucent flame followed the blazing flame glove like maggots and spread to Yi Xing's arm in the blink of an eye. This layer of translucent flame revealed an aura that could cause all things to wither. It symbolized death and was extremely lethal. Although Yi Xing's arm was not stained by the death flame, Qijua's eyes were still bursting with excitement. These flames were the terrifying part of the withering flame arrow. As long as a trace of it touched Yi Xing's astral energy, it would be greatly damaged under the corrosion of the death flame. After the death flame spread to Yi Xing's arm, it disappeared and directly drilled into Yi Xing's flesh and started to destroy his vitality. However, before the death flame could do anything, the stellar fire seed in Yi Xing's Dantian's stellar vortex immediately sensed the foreign flame entering his body. The black hole stellar vortex suddenly erupted with an extremely strong devouring power and instantly pulled the death flame into the Dantian's stellar vortex. In the next moment, the death flame touched the stellar fire seed. In front of the stellar fire seed, the death flame melted like ice meeting fire. It was absorbed by the stellar fire seed and disappeared without a trace. When the death flame entered his body, Yi Xing felt a little uncomfortable. However, as the death flame was absorbed by the stellar fire seed, Yi Xing no longer felt uncomfortable. Instead, he felt that the stellar fire seed was even more exuberant and emitting a terrifying flame energy. Yi Xing's eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying light. His gaze was like a sword as he instantly locked onto Qijua and stabbed out with his spear. A flash of inspiration. This was one of the fastest moves in the Dark Spirit Spear art. At this moment, Yi Xing had merged with the advanced wind force and borrowed the speed of the black feather wings to increase his speed to the extreme. The speed of this spear was not inferior to the speed of an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Qijua. Qijua was shocked. As an archer, it was definitely not a good thing for an enemy to get close to him, especially when the enemy was Yi Xing. As a 3-star enlightened master, Qijua's strength was higher than Luanping's and Yin. Even if he didn't use a bow, he was still one of the best among 3-star enlightened masters. Facing Yi Xing's lightning-like spear, Qijua instantly put away his upper-grade spiritual bow. At the same time, he performed the upper-grade spiritual martial art, exploding flame finger, and pointed out. Qijua wore a pair of upper-grade spirit weapon gloves on his hands and was unafraid of clashing with upper-grade spirit weapons. Surging flame astral stellar energy gathered at Qijua's fingertips, condensing into a dazzling ball of fire energy. It was on the verge of erupting and contained a terrifying strength. Exploding flame finger. With a single point of his finger, fire energy would explode. It was a martial skill with a terrifying destructive power. In the blink of an eye, Qijua's fingertips collided with the black dragon spear. Bang! The ball of fire energy at Qijua's fingertips instantly exploded. The sound shook the heavens and the power was terrifying to the extreme. Even facing a peak 3-star enlightened master, Qijua could rely on this finger to resist them. However, Yi Xing's strength wasn't limited to that of a peak 3-star enlightened master. In a frontal battle, he had defeated Mu Xiaoyue, who was a peak 3-star enlightened master. Yi Xing's strength was infinitely close to that of a 4-star enlightened master. Yi Xing grasped the black dragon's spear and thrust forwards, as still as a mountain. He wasn't forced back by the explosive strength of Qi Zhuo's exploding flame finger. On the other hand, Qi Zhuo was struck by Yi Xing's spear. Even though his fingertips were covered by a high-grade spirit artifact glove, he still felt a sharp pain and drew back like a bolt of lightning. His body was shaken by the terrifying strength, and he was forced back dozens of steps. Astral flame. Without waiting for Qi Zhuo to stop, Yi Xing's left hand used the astral flame fist. Like a thunderbolt, it rumbled towards Qi Zhuo. Just how powerful was Yi Xing's superbrain? In this fierce battle, it was easy for him to multitask. His right hand used the dark spirit spear art and his left hand used the astral flame fist. In the blink of an eye, there was no sense of stagnation. Qi Zhuo clearly couldn't match Yi Xing's attack rhythm. Facing Yi Xing's astral flame fist, he didn't have time to use any martial arts to block or dodge. He could only rely on his astral star to defend himself. Qi Zhuo had only hastily used astral star to defend himself. How could he possibly block Yi Xing's fist? Bang! Amidst the explosion, Qi Zhuo was instantly sent flying. While he was in the air, he had already spat out blood. His internal organs were shaking and churning. He was already injured. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing, Qi Zhuo, and Yin Qiushui, the two 3-star enlightened masters, had exchanged blows. In reality, not much time had passed. However, both of them had already been injured by Yi Xing. Yi Xing wasn't affected by the flames of death. This made Qi Zhuo extremely shocked and frightened at the same time. Yang Ming had gone to invite Gu Feiyang. With Gu Feiyang's cultivation as a 4-star enlightened master, he should have already rushed over from the backyard. Furthermore, with such a huge incident happening at the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold and the sounds of battle in the front yard shaking the heavens and earth, even if no one had gone to invite him, Gu Feiyang should have already known that something had happened and rushed over. However, Gu Feiyang's figure was nowhere to be seen. This made Qi Zhuo very frustrated. Yi Xing's attack power was too strong. It wouldn't take long for the battle to end. Qi Zhuo was very clear that if this continued, he and Yin Qiushui wouldn't be able to last long against Yi Xing. At this moment, the Yin Yang young master Yang Ming had already arrived at Gu Feiyang's courtyard. Now that things were urgent, Yang Ming couldn't care less. After calling for Elder Gu and receiving no response, he directly barged in. As a result, Yang Ming was stunned the moment he entered. He was like a statue, frozen in place. He saw Gu Feiyang lying flat in the courtyard. His forehead was covered in blood and he was already dead. Even in death, his eyes were still wide open, revealing a look of disbelief. Yang Ming instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Gu Feiyang was a 4-star enlightened master, but he actually died here just like that. There wasn't even a trace of a battle. Who killed him? He could imagine that the person who killed Gu Feiyang in one hit was much stronger than Gu Feiyang. In front of him, Gu Feiyang didn't even have a chance to resist or struggle. To be able to reach such a level, even a 6-star enlightened master wouldn't be able to do it. Perhaps only a Star Realm cultivator would have such terrifying strength. Looking at Gu Feiyang's corpse, Yang Ming felt a chill in his heart. Gu Feiyang was already dead. In the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold, no one was a match for Yi Xing. Today, the person who died wasn't Yi Xing, but the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect. They were facing a calamity. Yang Ming's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. This made him recover from his shock and hurriedly left the courtyard. Then, Yang Ming didn't go to the front courtyard. Instead, he ran towards the back door and escaped without a trace. The Sun-Moon sect's stronghold couldn't be protected anymore. Just one Yi Xing was already impossible to deal with. In the dark, there was still a terrifying expert who could instantly kill Gu Feiyang. Yang Ming didn't dare to stay here for a second longer. When Qi Zhuo and Yin Qiushui were both injured, Lu Onping and the two one-star enlightened masters were already at a disadvantage under the attack of the silver-winged demonic eagle. At this moment, the two two-star enlightened masters and the two one-star enlightened masters, who were guarding the stronghold, heard the fierce battle in the front courtyard. They had already rushed over from their residences and joined the battle. The two one-star enlightened masters joined the team besieging the silver-winged demonic eagle. It became Lu Onping leading four one-star enlightened masters to besiege the silver-winged demonic eagle and finally turned the tables. However, the silver-winged demonic eagle was extremely fast and could fly at any time. Even if Lu Onping and the four one-star enlightened masters worked together and were stronger than the silver-winged demonic eagle, they still couldn't hurt it. The silver-winged demonic eagle seemed to be at ease under the siege of five enlightened masters. Seeing that Qi Zhuo and Yin Qiushui were both injured, the two two-star enlightened masters attacked Yi Xing. In this way, Yi Xing would have to fight four enlightened masters at the same time. Two three-star enlightened masters and two two-star enlightened masters. Like the silver-winged demonic eagle, Yi Xing's greatest strength was also his speed. Whoosh 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 whoosh. When the two two-star enlightened masters attacked, and Qi Zhuo and Yin Qiushui also attacked Yi Xing at the same time, Yi Xing chose to dodge temporarily. Flapping his black wings, he used the subtle wind technique and the heavenly bat step. His entire body moved quickly like a stream of light. In an instant, Yi Xing changed his position. Qi Zhuo, Yin Qiushui and the two two-star enlightened masters' attacks all missed. Even when Yi Xing pushed his speed to the extreme, even Qi Zhuo and Yin Qiushui, the two three-star enlightened masters, could only see a string of afterimages. The two two-star enlightened masters couldn't even see the afterimages clearly. They were a bit confused. Whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, two arrows shot out explosively. As Yi Xing rapidly moved, he put away the black dragon spear and took out the purple firmament bow, shooting out two arrows. The two arrows turned into azure dragons that hurtled towards Qi Zhuo and Yin Qiushui. Yi Xing's four symbols arrow art had reached the transformation boundary. Moreover, his attainments in archery had reached the heart's four transformations. Even though the purple firmament bow was only a medium-grade spirit artifact, the azure dragon arrow that it shot out possessed an astonishing might. Even three-star enlightened didn't dare to underestimate it. Qi Zhuo and Yin Qiushui's expressions turned solemn. From the arrows that Yi Xing shot out, they could feel a terrifying strength. They didn't dare to be negligent and quickly used defensive techniques to defend themselves. Whoosh! And at this time, Yi Xing's body was like a stream of light as he suddenly appeared behind a two-star enlightened master. The roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon echoed out from behind this two-star enlightened master. A terrifying flaming astral fist instantly rumbled outwards. Yi Xing had launched a sure-kill strike towards this person, using one of the finishing moves of the astral flame fist. When the fire dragon and fire tiger fused into the flaming astral fist, Yi Xing's fist had already smashed into the two-star enlightened master's back. This two-star enlightened master simply didn't have time to dodge, nor did he have time to resist. His body shot forwards, his back caved in and blood gushed out of his head. He instantly died. Chapter 396. Many Star Vortex Realm martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect let out cries of surprise. 4 martial sages, even a 1-star sage was a superior existence, let alone a 2-star sage. A 2-star sage was killed by Yi Xing with 1 punch. It was easy to imagine how shocked the Star Vortex Realm warriors of the Sun-Moon sect were. Looking at Yi Xing, the martial sages of the Sun-Moon sect were horrified. Even though they were enlightened beings, their hearts tightened as they began to fear Yi Xing. The arrow shot by Yi Xing was deflected by Qi Zhuo and Yin Qiushui. However, Qizhua and Yin did not look happy at all. Instead, they looked very serious. Two more two-star sages besieging Yixing did not seem to have any effect. In front of Yixing, two-star sages were basically useless. Moreover, once they faced Yixing's attack, it was basically a dead end. Not much time had passed and one of them had already fallen. The other one would not be able to hold on for long. With the two-star sages killed, Qizhua and Yin could not withstand Yixing's terrifying attack. Whoosh! 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 After Yixing killed the 2 stars' venerable master with one punch, he didn't attack the other 2 stars' venerable master. Instead, he pushed his speed to the limit and moved quickly again. Yixing's speed was too fast. His figure appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Qizhua and Yin could not lock onto Yixing's figure. Qizhua used the exploding flame finger and Yin used the black water sword technique, but their attacks missed. As for the 2-star sage, he could not even detect Yixing's movement. He could only attack randomly and was far from Yixing's body. Most of the warriors who were watching from afar were Star Vortex Realm martial sages. They could not see Yixing's figure clearly. Even if they were sages, very few of them could pinpoint Yixing's position. They were all secretly shocked. When one's speed reached the limit, it was also a problem that caused a headache. Whoosh! Yixing suddenly changed his direction while moving at an extremely fast speed, pouncing towards another 2-star perfected being. Be careful! Qizhua and Yin shouted at the same time. An arrow and an energy sword shot out at the same time, blasting the back of the 2-star enlightened master. Whoosh! However, Yixing suddenly changed directions midway. His black wings flapped fiercely, drawing a straight black line in the air, as he suddenly shot off into the distance. Qizhua and Yin attacks naturally missed again. That 2-star enlightened master was also not attacked by Yixing. However, Qizhua and Yin expressions did not relax in the slightest. Instead, they were shocked. Yixing had actually rushed into the middle of the battle between the silver-winged devil condor, Lu Onping and the other 4 spiritual masters in the blink of an eye. Yixing's speed was so fast that before a 1-star sage could react, he was already struck by Yixing's fist. His back was also caved in, and his internal organs were shattered. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he died in an instant. Not only that, Yixing's arrival shocked the other 4 spiritual masters who were fighting with the silver-winged devil condor. A 1-star enlightened master who was not far from Yixing was frightened out of his wits. He let out a terrified scream, and his attention immediately fell on Yixing, neglecting the silver-winged devil condor. Whoosh! A ray of silver light instantly cut through the void. The silver-winged devil condor seized this opportunity. Its silver wings were like blades, and it instantly slashed horizontally. The silver light flashed past the 1-star enlightened master's neck. Immediately, a head flew up, and a string of blood splattered out. Another 1-star enlightened master had died. In the blink of an eye, 2 1-star enlightened masters died. Lu Onping and the other 2 1-star enlightened masters looked at Yixing and the silver-winged devil condor with only fear in their eyes, and they continuously retreated. The silver-winged devil condor cut off the head of a 1-star enlightened master, and instantly came to Yixing's side. Yixing's eyes contained a terrifying killing intent. He swept a glance at Lu Onping and the other 2 1-star enlightened masters, and made a move to attack. Lu Onping and the other 2 1-star enlightened masters saw the situation, and quickly retreated. The 5 of them together could only be evenly matched with the silver-winged devil condor. Now that there was 1 more Yixing, and they had 2 less 1-star enlightened masters on their side, how could they dare to resist? However, Yixing was only threatening the actions of Lu Onping and the other 2. He did not really attack the 3 of them. As Lu Onping and the other 2 retreated, he instantly turned and rushed towards Qizhua and the other 2. Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. Yi Xing punched out, and the Fire Dragon and Fire Tiger followed. The void shook the sky, and the dragon roar was ear-piercing. He exploded with a powerful attack and attacked Qizhua. At the same time, the silver-winged devil condor also received Yi Xing's order. It flapped its wings and turned into a silver light. Its silver wings were like sharp spirit blades and attacked Yin Qiushui. As for the two enlightened master, he was also attacked. As Yi Xing punched at Qizhua, an arrow shot out from his sleeve and exploded towards the two enlightened master. As Lu Onping and the other two one-star enlightened masters retreated, Qizhua, Yin Qiushui, and the two enlightened masters all suffered a terrifying attack. However, Lu Onping and the other two enlightened masters were unable to help. Yi Xing and the silver-winged devil condor were too fast. Qizhua and Yin Qiushui could not dodge and could only block. Explosive Flame Finger. Blackwater Sword Technique. Qizhua and Yin Qiushui both used their strongest technique. The two were already injured, and their strength was no longer at their peak. How could they be a match for Yi Xing and the silver-winged devil condor? Boom! Amidst the explosion, the terrifying impact of the explosive flame finger was dispersed by Yi Xing's punch. Qizhua spat out blood once again, and his injuries immediately worsened. The silver-winged devil condor's silver wings also shattered Yin Qiushui's sword aura at the same time. Furthermore, the silver-winged devil condor flapped its wings, and its body agilely changed the trajectory of its attack. It swept past the edge of the spirit weapon treasure sword, causing Yin Qiushui to block empty air. However, where the silver light passed, it grazed the edge of Yin Qiushui's arm. Immediately, blood splattered, and a wound deep enough to see bone appeared. Facing Yi Xing's sleeve arrow, the two enlightened masters chose to dodge. However, the arrow instantly changed direction, and like a maggot attached to a bone, it continued to shoot towards the two enlightened master. The two enlightened master was horrified. His speed exploded to the limit, and he hurriedly changed direction again. However, the arrow behind him changed direction again. Yi Xing's attainments in archery had already reached the 4 transformations of heart. The two enlightened master could not dodge at all, and could only face it head-on. When the two enlightened master understood, it was already too late. He slashed out with his sword, but only hit the tail of the sword, and slightly changed direction. Puff! The arrow instantly shot into the two enlightened masters' shoulder, and pierced through it. The huge force brought the two enlightened master to the back. In the blink of an eye, Qizhua and the other two enlightened masters were severely injured. Although Lu Onping and the two enlightened masters were not injured, they were definitely not the match of Yi Xing and the silver-winged devil condor. Gu Feiyong's delayed appearance cast a shadow over the hearts of the enlightened masters of the Sun-Moon sect. Elder Gu, please come and help. Qizhua and the other two enlightened masters were severely injured, and the situation was dangerous. However, Lu Onping did not dare to move forward and instead shouted to the back. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.